And hello, look everybody, I'm live! Who knew? Isn't this cool? So what's going on? Just marking time until people come along and join me. I know that some people have promised to come over. Hey Julie, glad to see you. Hey everybody else. I As I was saying, I'm just marking time a little bit, making small talk until we, hey Sharon, until we have a lot more people here, because it always starts off a little small when you do a live stream. I'm not entirely convinced that the figure that I see that shows how many people are in the room is completely accurate. In any case, hey Frenchie, hey Chris. Oh, is it Carrie Raid? Hooray! Yay! And by coincidence, Nightbot just gave you the link for Carrie because she supports me on Patreon. So, and that's one of the very first things. Hey Kenny, hey I Love to Crochet, hey Maribel. Oh, I'm so glad to have everybody here. Yeah, one of the first things I wanted to do today, because I always forget to do it until the end, I want to thank everybody who subscribes to me and everybody who supports me through Patreon and all of my other things, because I have PayPal, I have Cash App, and all of those links are on the Linktree app. It's in the description, and Nightbot will be giving you the Linktree app before long also. Oh, hey, Carrie, thank you for sending people over here. Yay! Hey, Mark, glad to see you. So I was just thanking everybody for coming over. Craig is here. Hooray! Yay! So I'm going to copy. Hey, Crafty Chats Cafe, glad to see you as well. Um, oh, Julie, it was a pleasure. I had a good time. Anyway, I put the link there if anybody wants to join me. So what we're going to do today, we have a few things I want to talk about. There are a few things I always want to mention every time I do a live stream. Sometimes I forget them, but I always want to mention my thanks for everybody who supports me in any way. There are various ways to support me, and thank you all for everybody who does that. And I want to mention my normal posting schedule. Today is a special thing, a special Sunday afternoon live stream, which I intend to go on for several hours. I don't know how long. Every time I plan something, you know what they say, man plans and God laughs. Hello, Stephanie Hoffer. Hello, PJ. Hello, Frenchie. I'm so glad to see everybody. Yay. Oh.
Hello.
Greg. Oh, my God. Oh, that means I have to put on... Where did I put those?
Are you echoing?
I probably am. That's why I'm looking for the earbuds. Where did I put them? Oh, no.
I can't take you anywhere.
No, yeah, that's true. You can't. You're falling down behind something. Anyway.
Well, hi, everybody. By the way, I can't actually see the chat. So hello. And that's why I'm not responding. I'm sorry. But hi, everybody.
Well, I mean, I think it's a given that everybody in the whole world loves you to pieces.
Well, then there would be enough of me to go around if I'm in pieces.
Well, there is that consideration, but then one learns moderation over time. Let's see now. I have the earbuds in, so I think I can hear you, and not echoing, I hope.
No, you're good.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Cindy, It's usually pretty much a given that no matter what I use, my audio is going to suck, and I don't need any more comments about it because I know my audio sucks, and you're not helping me by telling me that my audio sucks. I'm not attacking you, but it sort of gets annoying. Anyway,
So
I'm sorry?
what's shaking? I just woke up a little while ago.
Oh, did you know? Yeah, because, yeah. I know you work like all night long very often doing your various streams and everything that you work on with the yarn and
Well, I was working on your pattern last night.
oh, the one I sent you. I asked you for feedback and I haven't heard back from you about that because there were
It
it
works.
worked.
It
Okay.
works.
Do you think it would work for most crocheters that they would
Yeah,
understand what I said?
yeah. I believe
Okay.
so. You know,
That is
I,
really what I want to know.
I'm tempted, but out of respect, I won't show because
Oh,
I
well, this is what it is. It's right behind me.
well that's your call, hun. That's up to you.
It's
Like
a
I'm not.
it's a rectangular version, and honestly, also just this morning I posted it on Instagram.
Oh,
It's
you're the spoiler. Okay, no, but the thing is, I'm not about to like preemptively say here. Like no, it's like you're the creator.
but it's a rectangular version of the lacy corner to corner
Mhm.
um,
People are
pattern that
really
I did
liking it.
for the triangular. I mean, and in the tutorial that you did, for which I am eternally grateful,
You're
there were
welcome.
tons of comments.
It was a reciprocal thing. I do the tutorial, you got the pattern, we work together, so it's all good.
Well, yeah, you got the watch hours. I got some sales. That's a good thing. And people
You
who
get
know you now know of me.
you
Which
get to notice.
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
okay,
Yeah,
you already had notice, but now you get further notice.
exactly. And I like to have. I you know maybe I'm delusional in thinking that this is human nature, but you sort of like to have a little bit of recognition every now and
Of
then.
course, who doesn't?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
So anyway, yeah.
I'm using for that. Wait, there we go. Ice cream big scoop, and this is the colorway of Neapolitan.
Oh, that's cool.
So you're gonna have the diagonal stripy stripes, and it's looking really pretty.
Now I did it with Lion Brand Mandala Tweed, which I had gotten at Joann's on a discount, and I'm actually loving the way it turned out with the colors and the stripes and everything.
Well, since you're showing your pattern, can I show what I'm working on?
Certainly.
Okay. Well, no, 'cause, I respect. So I started this last night, so it does work up pretty quickly.
Um, the thing is, to get it to a sufficient length, that takes a little bit of time because if you're going to do a wrap, you need to make it fairly long.
Okay, well, this is my angled edge.
I like the way the colors look. Is that a 3-weight yarn?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 3-weight yarn, J size hook.
Which is interesting because in my pattern, for
So
both of the ones, I use a K hook,
the starting
and
corner.
yeah, and I think it works with either hook. It works with anything you want to use with it. I hope that most of my patterns are that flexible that it will work with any yarn or any hook if you judge them well. Um, I loved the way the shawl worked up in the tutorial that you created. And it
Thank you.
looks like what you're doing now is going to work up really beautifully as well. Yeah.
I think it would make a lovely light wrap maybe even a beach wrap, depending upon what you're going for. And the thing is that with yarns that, trying to phrase this so that it works, you could take a worsted weight yarn and you can make your stitch that much lacier and drapier if you just bump up your hook size. That has so much to do with it. If you just change your hook size, you can completely change the drape and the appearance of any stitch. Now, sometimes if you bump up that hook size too much, then it looks a little disheveled.
Awkward. Yeah,
It looks
exactly.
a little awkward because, if
Oh, hey, Pivy. I didn't realize Pivy is with us. Hey.
Hello. If all the
But
stitches
yeah.
aren't, on the same wavelength, it looks sort of a little slapdash. So you want to be careful about that. But a lot of, stitches, I mean, if you go, I would say, within reason, just bump up your hook size and you're good.
Yeah. Exactly. I would agree. And that is one reason that I specified in the pattern an oversized hook, is to make it much more drapier, or if that's even a word, but much more easily draped.
Well, I mean, I use the word squishy all the time, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. Like when you get the squishiness,
That's like how judge has entered into our vocabulary as well. Judge, yeah. I mean, we don't necessarily use it, but we know what it means because we've watched those shows on TV.
I haven't, but don't judge me.
Don't make me roll my eyes at you.
You kind of set yourself up for that, honey.
Exactly.
Don't judge me for not watching those shows.
I think it came about first with what was it? I don't even remember what it was. What it was called. But it was where
it sounds reminiscent of, scunch. Just a little scunch.
Scooch, yeah. A skosh.
I say scunch, but there's a scudge, which is like, one thing. A scutch is another thing. I'm a scutch.
I've often said that about you.
Yes, I am a scutch, but just a scudge of a scutch.
Okay, people are responding to the fact that we have two ginger beards up here, and they're sort of plotzing. Although mine is no longer ginger, especially since I trimmed it yesterday. All you see is gray.
You're seasoned.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Yeah, I
know. I'm being nice, You're okay. You know how they say a salt and pepper beard? Well, you are kind of salty, but that's okay.
Well, no, I have in the past described myself as a sort of a cinnamon sugar kind of a person, because the whole red and white thing, and people don't always get that.
So what's the shaking? What's happening?
Okay, the whole agenda today is about my Hat Not Hate contest.
Do tell.
I shall. Thank you for asking me. It's almost as if you were prompted. Even though you weren't. Okay, today what we're going to do, my Hat Not Hate contest, there were two questions. The first one was, how many hats am I going to complete? And the deadline was July 21st. In truth, I've done a few more blue hats since then, but I'm not counting those in the numbers because that was for a different purpose, although they will go into future Hat Not Hate shipments. But everything that I did up to then And then the second one was a guess for how much blue yarn I would have left over. And then there might be a few other giveaways, as time allows. So, yes, indeed.
So, how many did you make? Inquiring minds want to know.
I have not counted it yet. You have to stick with this live stream for a little while to find out, don't you?
Well, you know, I did a giveaway with that yarn that I had dyed.
Uh-huh.
The winner still hasn't gotten in touch with me.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh,
Yeah,
that's very
it does
unfortunate.
happen. It does happen. So I'm still waiting. You know, I mean, I just need the mailing info, but yeah, I haven't been notified via Facebook Messenger or on my Etsy store because there's a way that you can contact me there as well, and I haven't heard from the winner yet.
Honestly, when I won your giveaway, however long it was ago, the only reason I knew was because someone told me. So if I ever win another giveaway from somebody, I'm hoping that if I miss it, somebody will tell me, because otherwise it's gone.
Because I mean, I love doing the giveaways, and I love, you know, when, you know, people comment and everything, and, you know, enter for their chance. But this, it does happen more often than not, where I have to like put out like a refresher announcement saying, "Okay, winner, where are you at?" I remember I did one where the name of the person, you know, I said, you know, their name, you know, "Where are you, please?" You know, in the title of the video to like put out the Batman beacon signal. It's like, "Hello," because I like doing them, but you know, if I'm gonna do them, I want people to, you know, hold up their end of the deal. You know, it's like I just need their info. That's all I need. You know, I don't need a DNA sample. I don't need their social security number. No, I just need their name and address.
On the other hand, I did one. I don't remember which one it was,
I mean, I'm not trying to
but
sound whiny, you know.
no, not at all. But it's not always easy being a YouTube content provider. Um,
No, no.
but yeah,
I
I
condone.
did one. Oh, I don't remember which one it was, but the winner emailed me, and for some reason, I get a ton of emails at every single email address I have. So for some reason, I missed the email. It's possible it went into the junk mail folder. I don't know. But then she emailed me at another address, or she emailed me from another address. And then I'm going, okay, since you emailed me from two addresses, I need additional authentication. So it just, and there seemed to be a level of resentment that I didn't acknowledge this winner immediately upon her emailing me um, about winning the contest. Um, but that is all behind us, and there is nothing going on there. But people just need to understand. Sometimes it takes time. I mean, I'm going to do some giveaways today where the prize is something that I can't send today. Like this, I might give away this.
You're cruising for a bruising.
I know.
You got a prize and you can't send it today? I mean, it's Sunday. You can't mail something on a Sunday?
Well, I can do pirate ship on a Sunday, certainly, but pirate ship, I'm losing faith in pirate ship actually. But this design sample for the rectangular lacy corner to corner shawl.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I will probably give that away before before we're done. But I'm not gonna. I'm not even if I have a winner today. I'm not going to send it out until the pattern is published. Probably. I mean, if you're going to do a tutorial about
I'm
it,
working
probably
on
not until.
Are you getting sassy with me?
How long have you known me?
Are you
I live sassy.
check that attitude at the door, mister? You got two of them right behind you.
That's true.
Mm.
Awesome. Okay. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
Yes, I'm working on that. I started that last night. You gave me the pattern. I started working on the prototype so that I could do a nice little thumbnail. I'm working on it. Don't you rush me.
Okay.
Don't you rush me.
I
I
was not
intend.
rushing you. Not at all. I was just telling people that
Yes, I
if
plan
I
on doing a tutorial. I do.
if I give this design prototype away, then I'm not sending it out until the pattern is published and the tutorial is online.
Well, depending, I don't hold me to this, but depending upon how much progress I can get done this weekend, I might, emphasis on the word might, I might be able to do a tutorial on it for this upcoming weekend.
I'm not holding you to any kind of a schedule or any kind of a standard
Well, good, no.
because uh, no,
Because
honestly, I'm as a humble peasant in the YouTube world, compared to you in terms of like subscribers and viewers
okay,
and everything.
no kowtowing. No. There's
Oh, honey, no. I don't kowtow. I just compare.
we don't
But
have a caste system here, okay?
but I just have to say though, I am because of your stature and recognition, I am grateful for the notice that you have given me. The same as with other people of similar stature who have given me
I'm only
notice.
5'8".
What?
I'm only 5'8".
Oh, I thought you told me you were taller. Does that mean I'm taller than you?
Like, okay, maybe 5'9", 5'8". Like, no, I'm just me, you know.
Well, I hunch a lot, so my posture is actually reprehensible. So,
Well, also,
anyway,
another thing though is that you have to consider, I've been doing this for a bit longer than you. That's all, you
it's
know.
true. It's true. It's
I mean,
true. I only started doing yarn videos in October of last year.
right. So that you have to consider
So,
that, you know. I had a bit of a head start on you.
and honestly, I am truly grateful for the progress I have achieved in this short amount of time.
As am I,
And
you know, because
there,
without the viewers, where would we be?
exactly, exactly. So, and in fact, I started out. In fact, it was before you even came online. I started out just. I always do it at the end, but I forget to do it at the beginning. And I did, because I had a list of topics. I did just throw out my thanks to all the subscribers and the viewers and the people who support me through Patreon and all of the other ways that there are to support me. Oh my goodness, Dana just sent me a super sticker. Oh my goodness.
Hello,
Hey,
Dana.
Nancy. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Nancy. I'm sorry for everybody else I'm missing in the chat. I mean, it's hard to keep up with everyone who's in the chat. Hey, Melissa. PJ, I think I said hi. Pam, hi. Uh, Gwenny Square, of course, you know I love you.
Have you been neglecting your chat?
Sometimes I do. I'm focused 100% on you, Craig.
Why? Why?
Oh,
Why is it a wicked letter?
yeah. Nana says that we are two of her favorite fellas.
Oh, for sure.
Exactly. So another giveaway that I'm going to have a little later is this. This is my design sample for the shawl that you did in your tutorial. This was the lacy triangular shawl. It's a
You know
little.
what? Like I said, you know, the picot edging. Initially, I was like, oh, crud buckets, picos. But actually, I like I said, you might have made me into a pico convert, because the way that I had been doing picos previously,
Mm-hmm.
where the slip stitch goes into, like I wasn't going into the side of the single crochet.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was doing a slip stitch into like the first chain that I had made out of that, and it just didn't like resonate with me. But doing the slip stitch into the side of the single crochet, I don't know, it clicked with me, if that makes sense.
It's interesting because watching your tutorial, you did your Pico a little bit differently from the way I did mine,
Oh,
but it
okay.
still came out just as nice. I wouldn't say that that either one of ours was better than the other, because they both came out quite nice.
And my
Lee.
mom loved it, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was raving about the edge. She loved it. You know.
Really? Oh,
Yes,
that's
and
great.
that is hard to do.
To get your
To
mom
get
to rave? Oh my
about anything.
goodness. Oh.
About anything. Yes. So yeah. So there you go. If that's any indication.
Hey, Debbie Reynolds. Um. Oh, did Ezra mention something about topsail? Everybody should look tomorrow to see my. Hey, Gwen, Elsa. I didn't see you. Um. Oh. Oh my goodness. Pivy's going to be in Topsail, which is not that far from me. So we could possibly meet up for lunch or something.
I'm sorry, what is this?
Topsail Island, the way it's spelled is top sail, but we say Topsail Island is not far from Wilmington, where I live.
At first
Pivy
I thought it
lives
was saying
in
topsoil.
Topsoil. Well, it could be. But Pivy lives in Charlotte, which is about 3.5 hours drive from me. So since she'll be in Topsail, it's possible to meet up for lunch. And in 2 weeks, I will be up in her area because of my route. A large part of my background is in that area of North Carolina, near Charlotte, where she lives. So I will meet up with her. I'll meet up with Granny D, and possibly other people that we can attract from the central North Carolina region. So that'll be fun. I'll be going to an event at my undergrad school. And I might be going up at the end of August for another, just a social thing. The last weekend of August it might be. I'm not sure what the date is yet, but I will have more information about that when I will be able to meet other people. But I have people in the mountains of North Carolina, including Melanie, also known as Hooked to the Left, and other people who inside and outside of the yarn community, whom I would like to hook up with, whom I would like to meet.
No pun intended.
It wasn't a pun, but
no, hook up with, crochet hook.
Didn't you say you were an English major?
Yes.
You do know the difference between a pun and a play on words.
Yes.
Moving right along. Anyway, so yeah, I will be, and then of course, I will be in September. At the end of September, I will be driving up to New York. At first, I thought I would be flying, but when I had found a really cheap flight, but then when I've looked into all of the different things that I had to do to accommodate that really cheap flight, because I was flexible in destination and in date, so I had to have lodging, I had to have rental car, blah, blah, woof, woof.
Yeah, because like whatever airport you go to, you then have to get from said airport to said location. It's not like there's an airport in the
Yeah,
backyard.
and it's a bit of a schlep from LaGuardia to Albany.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so, so I think I will be driving up there, but knowing myself, I'm allowing a substantial amount of travel time because I can't do 14-hour drives like I did when I was young. Um, so anyway, so I'll be driving up in late September for this men's fiber retreat. And I have no idea why I started talking about that.
Well, you're talking about various plans and where you're going, what you're doing,
Exactly. And honestly, um, there will be so many benefits from going there. I mean, of course, I'm going there to have fun. I mean, there's no denying that. It's going to be fun. But at the same time, I'm going to be meeting people who are in the yarn community.
You're going to be networking. You're going to be working.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Potentially learning new ideas, both about yarn and about social media. Also, one day will be dedicated completely to this regional yarn festival that is, I think, not too far away. I hope I will have the strength to leave my wallet behind when I go. I probably won't.
What I would do, I mean, I've never been to a fiber festival, yarn festival, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I to be fair, like I can't speak from experience because, how I would react in such a situation, is probably, it's easier to say than to do. But I mean, it's sort of like when people go to a casino and they only bring X amount of money with them so that they can only do so much damage. It's like don't bring your debit card or your credit card. Just bring like X amount of cash. That way you can only do so much damage and that's it.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that's a good lesson. There was one time though, we when we were in Yonkers, we lived. We could have walked to the Yonkers Raceway, where I don't think I ever saw a race there, but we went there one time because my ex heard about a restaurant that had opened up there that was supposed to be pretty good, and it was. And then on the way out, I thought, hey, let's just see what happens if we waste $20. And my $20 was gone in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. He won $800. That paid for our next vacation.
Mm.
But then again, the next time he went, he might have lost it all. You never know about that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, I have a lotto ticket over here that's worth $4, but, I spent $7 in lotto tickets at the same time. Several.
I've done, like scratch off, before, but I mean, really not that often. Really, really not that often. Me personally, what I would love, because the idea of winning like, one of those mega million deals, it's like, what, you can get yourself into a serious hole with those, with winning, like an obscene amount of money. It's like, okay, well, first off, yeah, you don't actually get all of it. You get maybe about half of it. In reality, half of it, or maybe if you're lucky, 2/3 of it. But yeah, you do not get all of that. No, a lot of it goes to Texas. That's thing number one. Okay, thing number two, usually it's like, all right, you either get it in one lump sum or you get it in installments. But the thing is that, yeah, eventually it does run out. I personally know somebody who won the lotto several times. and we're talking in the millions, but yeah, it's almost gone. Because, of course, everybody comes out of the woodwork, and all the family members, all of a sudden, they need help, and they can't make ends meet. Meanwhile, they're spending their money on frivolous stuff, and so, yeah, it disappears. So me,
Yeah, some of the
my
best. Yeah. Some of the best advice I've ever seen was the moment you
go into hiding.
realize that you have won anything, you see a lawyer,
Mm,
you form a trust, you keep yourself as anonymous as possible as the owner of that trust. You can design a way to benefit others, but on the whole, you need a lawyer to manage the trust. You need a financial manager, because those of us who spend our money on lotto tickets are not really good financial managers to begin with.
See, all I would want is one of those lotto tickets where, like little scratch-off deals where, you win, like, say, $1,000 or $2,000, like, every week or every month or something like that. So it's sort of like a supplemental income. It's like an allowance, it's something like that. Like that, I would be totally cool with that. I don't need obscene millions. No, just like give me something that I can live on, and not have to worry about making ends meet and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
That's all.
those $1,000 a week deals, I can live with that, especially if
Yeah,
it's tax free.
yeah.
Yeah, I could
You
live
know
with
what?
that. Yeah.
Just so that I don't have to, constantly have to worry about, like, oh God, what am I gonna do, kind of thing. It's like just enough to live off of. You. I don't want opulence. I don't want, opulence. Like I'm
Oh,
very down to earth. I don't need, like a gold plated toothbrush. No, no.
no. Linda Simpson is here. Who else have I
Hello.
missed in the chat? Uh, Catherine Noel. Kim, I think I said hello when you came in. Frenchie, I hope I said hello when you came in. I'm so bad at this. And believe you me, I get abuse about it too.
Well,
Um,
but you do it enough. You should be, you know, you should be on point by now. You do live streams far more than I do.
I do. Oh, hey, Kim. Glad to see you. Kim Affordably Crafty just came in, and Gina Barnett has been here, I think, and I don't think I said hi when she came in. And uh, but I love, I love everybody who's here. Anyway, let me show you what I'm working on, because this is going to be one of the giveaway prizes.
Ooh.
This, I was showing some Christmas yarn that I had that I didn't quite know what to do with, and I showed some projects that I actually aborted. But I also had this green yarn, and I remembered this wonderful pattern from Krista from the Secret Yarnery for this spiral granny.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been doing that. So
I like it.
I like it too. I think it's going to be beautiful. I'm really excited about it. I can't wait to give it away, because it goes to the person who sponsors all the postage involved in everything else that I send, including the Hat Not Hate package and all of the other giveaways. So I have in my link tree, I have different ways to participate, including PayPal, Cash App, and also I believe there is the Super Chat option. So that I do not know what the final measurement for that will be. I will keep going until I run out of either the Christmas yarn or the green yarn, and it will be what it will be. But the person who sponsors my postage, and I'm thinking given what I already know about the weight of my package of hats, all the postage for today is probably going to be at least $50.
Mm.
So, honestly, if you bought that at a craft fair, it would be at least $50. There we go. That's my first. I'm not calling it a giveaway. I'm calling it a reward, I suppose, or something. But
Tomato,
it's
tomato.
exactly. Let's call it. Well, let's not call the whole thing off. Actually,
No. I was just saying tomato, tomato.
I know, but all of life is a song cue to me. Um, so yeah, it's that's the story. Hello, Amy Long. Uh, Affordably Crafty Kim says the spiral granny pattern is beautiful. Yes, I would encourage you to look up Secret Yarnery, the spiral granny, because it's not difficult at all. And it will eat up some yarn that you want to get rid of. I will tell you that. Anyway, so that's my first giveaway. I mentioned before that the design sample for my lacy corner-to-corner shawl is going to be given away, as well as the design sample for my rectangular lacy corner-to-corner shawl. I also have my oof.
You have your oof?
My semicircular Alicia shawl.
That's nice.
When this pattern will go live on Ravelry before the end of the month, and
So I need said pattern.
I
Hello.
will send you said pattern. I will tell you that somebody else is already working on the tutorial for it, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I still need said pattern.
I would love to see what you do with said pattern. In fact, I think you would probably make very good suggestions for improving said pattern. So I will. Have I not sent it to you before? I
No.
should have.
No.
I'll take care of that today. Anyway, those are my
No,
giveaways.
there was another pattern. I think it was the regular Alicia shawl. It was like the asymmetric.
Oh yeah,
But
that's been
not
up for
that
quite
one.
some time.
Yeah, not the
And
one that just held up though.
yeah, the Alicia shawl has been very popular on my Ravelry site. And since I mentioned Ravelry, let me grab my keyboard and wake it up again, because this particular keyboard, it's just that way. It's not. Well, let me see what happens here. Oh, look, it's connected again. Okay. We should get the link to my Ravelry store soon. Anyway, there we go. See my free and paid patterns at Ravelry. There you go. What else do we have? So I have my
May I ask who it might be doing the tutorial on that?
someone
If
who
I
has done another tutorial for a pattern of mine before. And there's only one other person who has done that before, so you can figure that out.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Quickly.
But if you don't want to answer, that's okay.
Well, I'll wait. I don't even know that it will be finished and made public. So
Okay. I'm just nosy.
that's fine. That's fine. Okay, Nightbot. gave a link to my Hat Not Hate contest. I need to fix my Nightbot because the contest is over. Because that's why we're here today. But otherwise, oh hey AJ. Oh, AJ just put up the link, or just did the command for my Linktree link. Hey Melissa, it's lovely to see everybody here. Let's see. Okay. I'm putting up the link again if anybody wants to join us. Not that your company is not enough, but it's always fun to have a bunch of people up here.
Good save.
I'm not always good at those saves, but that was probably okay. So what do we have? Oh my goodness gracious. Somebody has just...
Either did something really good or really bad.
Indeed, somebody has just sponsored the postage for this entire thingy.
Hello, Nana.
And I am absolutely thrilled. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you to the person who did it. Awesome. So, this pattern, or this blanket, when it is finished, goes to that person. So, yeah, this is the spiral granny that is, you can find the pattern with Secret Yarnery. Oh, look, there's another person. Hey, PJ.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Craig, I'm going to fangirl. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to meet you.
Hello.
Totally.
Oh.
I'm so glad he's on top of. Hi.
I'm like so fangirl.
Well, we're like, 4 of the Brady Bunch, See, I have to look down, and then I have to look to the side, and then if you notice that each of them, they all look, from where they are positioned in the grid, they look throughout the entire grid based on where they are positioned. They did it very well.
I think people are figuring out who sponsored the postage for this entire thing. Thank you so much, Gina. Wow. Because, hold on a second. Let me do a split screen here. No, I can't because I don't have an image for that. But the postage for the Hat Not Hate package alone is about like $38. Oh my goodness, we have more people coming up.
Oh, you're popular.
Hello.
Oh, who'd have known it? Hey! I'm so glad to see everybody. Yay!
Hey, friend.
Linda.
Hi, Craig. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How you doing?
Very good. I'm doing good. I'm doing bot-along shawl.
Oh, you're doing a bot-along shawl. She posted one just yesterday that looked quite nice. Is that the one that you're doing?
No,
I'm doing that one too, Linda.
Yeah, I know. Pure Innocence. I think it's 503. Is it 503, Michelle?
What's that?
Is it number 503?
Oh gosh, I don't.
I'm sure it is.
I don't know. I stopped keeping track of numbers. I mean,
it doesn't say on here. It just says Pure Innocence. It doesn't have a number.
Oh,
there's one of hers that I have done many, many times, but now I can't find it among her tutorials, so I don't know that it's even still posted. But I love to do it, and it was called the All That Glitters shawl.
Hey,
Nancy.
I have it on my thumb drive. So I'm pretty sure she still has a tutorial for it.
I'm quite sure she does. If not, at least the pattern. Speaking of
you have her thumb drive, right?
I have her thumb drive. I'm also
Okay, it's on there.
giving her thumb drive is one of the prizes for people who guess the number of hats correctly.
Nice.
But I'm going to keep you all waiting for that.
Oh, you little
I know what I'm doing.
You little
here.
tinker. You little tinker. I finished my bee amigurumi for July.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, is she pretty?
He's cute.
Oh my God. I've never done amigurumi
I like the crooked
successfully.
mouth. Oh my God, I love the crooked mouth.
Yeah,
I like
I
too.
think that's the best part.
Sure. You know?
It adds
It's
character.
like, you know, meh.
She's contemplating.
You know, it's like if you're just sort of having like it's meh, M-E-H. If you're having a meh day, and you're just like, yeah. If you've seen one primrose, you've seen them all. Meh.
Yeah. Most of my days are meh. But, Mandala Sparkle is here, and Proverbs is here.
Hello, everyone.
Spring the Fiber Enthusiast. Glad to see you. I'm not sure that I know your name, but I'm glad to see you. Hey, Amy Long. But, you know, it's funny. So let me see. I'm trying to keep track of time because I wanted to do things. Okay. So, do you know what I would love to hear? Crochet quips, quotes, and things that I could use for like merch, for mugs and T-shirts and things. So hit me.
When somebody knitted your face, they dropped a stitch.
I'm not sure that's exactly what I'm looking for.
That is superb. I like that.
Clever though it is.
It's not mine. I saw it online somewhere, you know, like, you know, just like funny knit quotes. I'm like, oh, that's good. I like that.
I like that. That comes close to the lights are on, but nobody's home.
You know, well, because it was. I'm like, yeah.
It was, there's a little piece of me in every project I make. It's usually my hair.
Yeah.
Yep. That one is absolutely through.
I know. I'm like forever, like picking
And it's
hair.
particularly painful when it's locking stitches that I want to frog.
Yes,
Ah!
that happened to me in the shawl I'm doing. I was like,
That's why I keep my hair short.
well, I try to keep it up in this little message on things I got going on up there.
Yeah.
Because I shed more than like a thing on it, I'm telling you. I should be bald.
So
David,
yes.
you only have 6 spots.
What is there? Somebody else who wants to come up that I missed?
No, I'm just saying I volunteered to go first if someone else wants to come. That's all.
Oh no, I have more because I'm paid with StreamYard.
Oh, okay, good. Good.
So yeah, more people can
You
come
should
up.
be fine then, but
We need 3 more.
if you need the space, you can, you know, kick me out the window.
We need 3 more. That way, Frenchie, like if it sort of like shifts up, Frenchie, you could be Alice in the middle.
Or she could be Paul Lind.
Paul Lynch.
There you go.
Paul Lynch was the middle square more often than anybody, I think.
Yeah, people have compared me to Paul Lind recently. I think I should be flattered, but I'm not quite sure. But
You know
But-
what's really exciting? When Shira opens your box.
sorry.
When Shira opens your box, like after you send your box to her, when she opens that box,
Oh, she does those unboxings on her Facebook live streams. Yeah.
Yeah, because like there was somebody who sent like 50 hats, and she was like beside herself. I can't wait for her to see your box.
I still do not know how many I have. I have not counted it. I'm going to do it live in a little while.
Yeah, every
Um,
time I see it, I keep thinking, wait till you get David's box. Wait till you get David's box. That's all I keep thinking.
my sister counted the box, and she has the number that she came up with. So if it agrees, then I think we're good.
Good.
And if it doesn't, then I'll count again. Because you know what I always say, you know, the home renovation shows say, measure twice, cut once. I say twice is not enough.
By the way, Linda, I just have to say, the piece on the back of your chair, gorgeous.
Oh, do you like it? That
I
was
love
my
it.
favorite. That was it's the Starburst blanket from.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I mean, the colors, the stitching, it's just, it's gorgeous. I just had to say it.
How many points is that star?
8.
And whose pattern is it?
7, 8. It's hooked on craft. No, happily hooked. I'm a subscriber, and it was in their January magazine, and it was the first blanket that I learned how to do front post, back post, bobbles, puffs. So,
Oh, it's got all of that textural stuff on it as well?
yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Lovely.
That's great. Yeah, the textural stuff. You know, a lot of times, I've said this before, a lot of times you see patterns where it seems like they just throw out, you know, these different variations, these things that you can do arbitrarily. It's like they fell on their head and hit a stitch book and came up with ideas. But if it makes sense, it's really good. And from what I can see with what you have behind you, it does seem to make sense. Yeah. Some of them.
I'm going to do another one in teals and turquoise and cream.
Nice.
That's cool. So the one you have behind you, is that a self-striping yarn?
Yes, it was just it was an ice yarn that was just you know, the colours just came as it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind it started in the pinks and that, and then it went to the purple, the lilacs, and then the cream and pink. So it just self-striped. So
it looks like a mandala colorway actually that I've seen.
Yeah, it was. I haven't got the yarn anymore, obviously. But yeah, it's you know, the ice yarn that I gave to Daniel. Corporate, you know, I gave I sent, because Daniel's never had the ice yarn, so I said I'd send him some, and I had the same one, but it was in blues and greys and creams. So it was an ice yarn, and it was a cake, you know, similar to mandala. So
yeah, ice has a really lovely. It's like a I believe it's like a sport alpaca. It's just it's gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. I've tried their mohair. I'm not really a huge fan of mohair, but I mean Angora and the alpaca. Oh, they have some lovely stuff on ice. I mean, I haven't gotten any in an age because, I mean, the price of the yarn itself is great.
It's the
shipping. It's the shipping. That's how they get you.
Craig, have you checked out yarnnut.com?
No, I didn't know about it.
Yeah, it's a U.S. distributor of ice yarns.
Oh.
Yeah, check it out.
That's convenient.
So this
is a gorgeous colorway.
I made this with ice yarn. This is the Picasso thing in the colorway of, I think it was called Pastel Rainbow.
It's gorgeous.
I'm crazy about this. I'm sending it out to a friend as a gift. But yeah, it's very easy. But it was the basis. I did post a pattern. This is my very simple moss stitch wrap or scarf, because it's basically a rectangular moss stitch thingy, and it's very, very easy.
Yeah.
So I did post a pattern about it, and one or two people have bought it, but you know, I didn't charge very much for it because it's a very simple pattern.
Yeah.
Um,
My headsets are dying. I didn't charge them.
I'm sorry, say that again.
My headset is dying. So
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Bye, PJ. Bye, PJ.
Bye.
So what are you working on, Craig?
I'm working on a pattern by David, actually, because I just did a pattern of his, which was the corner-to-corner lacy triangle shawl, and then he worked his David magic, and it's a rectangular or square. You know, it's a four-sided version of the same thing. So,
Oh, I like that. I like I like the way it's striping. It's lovely.
and thank you. And the yarn is.
Oh, is it the ice cream? I would love to get.
Yes, I love this yarn. I've used it on so many projects. So yeah, it's the colorway of Neapolitan. And so I had 2 skeins of this, so I figured that should be more than enough for a nice long wrap. And yeah, it's working up fast. I mean, I started this last night, so.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about that is it does work up fast. This is my design sample. I was using Lion Brand Mandala Tweed, and I used about 1.5 cakes of it, and this was just for the wrap. But you can. The thing about it is you can adjust it to make it a scarf. You can make it larger for a blanket or an afghan or a throw. You can do whatever you want to once you get the principle down. And the principle is like really easy. It's one of those things that I'm going, should I even charge for teaching this? But hell yeah, I'm going to charge.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good things.
I'm fairly new to quite a lot of the stitches, and you know, C2C, I've seen it, but I've never, obviously I've not done it before, so, but I've seen it, but I mean, I'm really intrigued by the lace, because yours is lacy, whereas the ones I've seen are more a block, aren't they?
Well, there are several different ways to do C2C.
Yeah.
And the traditional C2C, I'm not a real big fan of. And I've said before, I'm also not a real big fan of the granny stitch. I'm sorry, Craig, but I'm not. But the C2C granny stitch, doing the granny stitch C2C,
David,
works for me. I'm sorry.
Fighting words.
Fighting words.
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say, yeah, I concur.
I'm in the process of doing a granny blanket for my bed.
Ah, there you go.
You know, and then you know what? If you're pre-making all of your squares, there's a really great method of doing a continuous join as you go, so that you have all of your squares already pre-made, all of your ends are sewn in, and then you can go in with another yarn and then use that as sort of like the mortar to all of your little bricks and just, you know, stitch them all together. It works up fast, and you don't have to sew all those little boogers together and all those little ends to sew in, which is a pain in the.
Well, I put, when I do a square, I put the ends in. It's done. Move on to another square. Put the ends in. Done. And that, because I'm quite I'm quite a quick crocheter. You know, I'm quite quick, so I just get them done.
Yeah,
But
well,
you got,
because if you leave all of your ends to the end, you know, like
yeah,
you're going to be like working on that forever. So it's
yeah,
good to do it as you go. But and then of course there's also the join as you go method. Like so you finish your initial square, and then as you're finishing up your second square on the last round
mm-hmm.
of your second square, you join it to your first square. So instead of doing like a chain one space in between your clusters, slip stitch into your first square
Yeah,
and connect it. And that way, but the only disadvantage to that technique is that means you need to have your whole blanket with you as you're working on it. But the
yeah.
way that you're doing it is it's much more portable, you know, with the way that you're doing it.
Well, I've got. Just bear with me. I'll just show you. I've done a graph. I've made a graph of what I'm doing.
Rita, hello. Rita, I did not notice you come in, but I'm glad you're here.
So that's the graph.
Oh,
Oh,
So
you showed me that graph, yeah.
yeah. So I've
gonna
only
be
got 3 more
pretty.
rows. I've only got 3 more rows, and then the colours I've done are turquoise. No, jade, turquoise, like a grey blue, and beige, cream.
Good range of colors, light, medium, dark, you know, good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because if
Yeah.
everything's the same tone, it sort of like blends into itself too much. You need some contrast.
And then with the yarn that is left, I'm going to do a frill around 3 of the sides, because the top side it'll be where the headboard is, so I'm not doing a frill there. It's pointless. Nobody can see it. So I'll just do a the granny stitch square stitch, and then I'll come down the 3 sides and just do a frill of however much yarn I've got left. So it should be all
That
right.
sounds good.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing the pictures when it's done.
Yeah.
So, the time has come to talk about my contest.
Do
Okay,
tell.
one of the questions was, how much yarn do you think I would have left? And
Yardage or ounceage?
yes.
Hello.
Hi,
So I'm
Olivia.
going to share the screen with a tab. If I get the right one. I might not get the right one. In any case, let's do this. Let's see what we got.
There we go. Whoa.
Okay, yeah. So you can see my spreadsheet here, where you can see in this column where I had a true-false checkbox, whether it's a member or not, whether someone is subscribed. I did have a very firmly stated rule that everyone who enters the contest has to be subscribed. So anyone, although I logged every comment in the spreadsheet, in this case I have eliminated all of those people who were not subscribed. And also, what happened to it? I thought I had it. Is that it? I don't think so, no. In any case, I wound up with I calculated an average amount of yards per ounces, and I actually had 4.3 ounces left over, which comes out to about 241 yards. And the closest guess to that was 250. So, okay, let me...
Roll, please.
What? Is there a problem?
No, I said drum roll.
I was wondering what that was.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, now I don't know how to get those columns back. Anyway, let me see if I can tell who this particular one was. There was only one. The closest guess was 250, and that was 250 yards. And now that I've hidden those, okay, let's go back to this. That's not it. Format. Oh no! I used to know how to work stream. Anyway, there is a winner, and that winner is a member. So we'll just suffice it at that, and I will do it without subjecting you all to my incompetence at Excel. Hey, Deb.
How are you
Hi,
guys?
Deb.
Hello.
Hi, Greg.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Oh, good.
When you guys were talking about the granny square
Oh yeah.
and see what I made my daughter?
Ooh. Wow.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's really
Love it.
lovely.
She picked out the colors, and I told her, I said, well, I can do solid granny squares like these ones here. Whoop, this one here, and then the regular granny squares here, and that. So, but she don't like the strap that I made for it because it's too. She's a big girl. She's 6 foot, and it stretches too much. So, but I'm gonna have to stand us so you guys can see this. But oh, I'm gonna turn my other light on, maybe. Hold on 1 second. Had to plug in my other camera or my other light. Here's the first pocket. And I did a different colorway on the inside. And here's the second pocket.
Cool.
Yes.
And there's the third.
Cool.
And then there's the last one.
Well, you're one up on me because I'm working on a bag right now, but there are no pockets.
Oh, well,
So you're one up on me.
She's got the purses that she's gotten in the past that she bought has a lot of pockets in it. So she said she wanted pockets on the inside and she wanted one pocket on the outside though in the back, which I made kind of like what's on the inside of her purse. That's the back pocket right here.
Nice.
That way she doesn't lose anything with the holy granny squares. So, but yeah, when I did to gather up or connect all the granny squares, I did a slip stitch instead of what I usually do. And it gave it that rim around the granny square.
Yeah, that's what I've done. I've joined mine with a slip stitch, and it's give it a nice ridge.
Right. Because what I did for my grandson's baby blankets, I did it like that, or I did the single crochet to connect them all. And that was a pain in the butt. So, but yeah, it's I got it on my Facebook, one of my pages on my Facebook, and that Deb's Crochet Cafe is one of the pages I got on there.
Yeah.
and that. So, but yeah, it's because when I don't really quite understand how you say it, Craig, on joining the granny squares, but I would love to do that. That way, it's a lot easier to put them together like that than.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the join is, it's not, how do I put this? I mean, it's not like a solid line join. It's more of
Right.
a lacy join. But it's so easy. It's really, really easy. You know, whether you're doing the join as you go method where you have your one square and you're making another square, and when you're finishing the one, you're attaching it
Right.
to the other. That's one way. The other way is the continuous join as you go. I've got tutorials on my channel
Okay.
for both
Okay.
I do
methods.
that. I used to do that on my doilies because I used to make a lot of doilies, and that's how I used to join my doilies that way. You know, the way you're talking about. So I know what you mean, kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm trying to say.
You know, instead of
Right.
a chain stitch in between, you're just slip stitching, and it's just,
Yeah.
it saved you so much grief. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh,
it's such
yeah.
a
It's
time saver. And
because when you have
because,
to weave in all your ends and.
oh God, no.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, no, thank you. No, I'm good. Yeah.
Right. Yep. I turned around and told my daughter, when I was making her purse, I said, and she knows how to crochet. I was like, really? I was like, you can help me make this purse. It is for you. And she's like, no, Mom, I'm good. I was like, thanks a lot.
I'm not. Let me see if I can darken the.
Let me get that other light off real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, actually, I've got two other whips that I'm doing, but I mean, you guys are probably familiar with these patterns already. Um, been working on this virus shawl,
That's pretty.
Oh wow.
and
I
I
love the
love the
virus
colors.
stick.
It's so beachy,
Oh,
you know?
Is
Is
that
that
the
is that peachy?
uh, German shell stitch?
I think I've heard of it referred to. It's the virus stitch, which I've heard,
Okay.
referred to that
Sticker,
as well.
super sticker, yay, super sticker.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm so sorry.
Woohoo! Nice.
And that's, I think, cupcake, line brand cupcake yarn, I think, in the
Okay.
colorway of gelato.
Oh,
And then I got another one.
thank you, Mark. I'm so sorry. I was distracted.
And then this is the cloister shell. It's
Oh
such an
wow.
easy
I
stitch.
like that.
Oh wow.
I like that color.
Believe it or not,
So,
yesterday I just found out what the feather stitch was. And oh, it seems kind of complicated, but in a way it don't. It's
I
not
don't know
that
if I know
bad.
that one.
Yeah,
Does it have another name?
it's a half double crochet, and you go down of the row you're doing, and you do a half double
Oh,
crochet there. Yeah,
yeah, I think I know what you're
it was
talking about.
really neat.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to make something out of that. Oh, that's beautiful, Linda.
okay.
Pretty.
So, folks, I finally figured out my spreadsheet, and I'm going to share my screen and show you that the subscriber who had the correct answer was Viviana Sandy.
Awesome.
It was the
Oh,
closest
Congratulations.
to correct
Congrats.
answer,
congratulations.
and so if the Viviana Sandy will get in touch with me, then we'll be good. So
Excellent.
that was for guessing how much blue yarn I had left over, which was not very much. I did receive some new blue yarn Tuesday. When the contest ended Wednesday, I did not count that new yarn in the numbers, either for leftovers or for the number of hats, because that blue yarn was specifically to create model hats for this particular yarn distributor. But anyway, in a little bit we will do more giveaways. But if Viviana Sandy is no, AJ, I think you're assuming something incorrectly. I don't know how many hats I have made That might have been Viviana's guess for the number of hats, but I was only focusing on the number of or the amount of yarn left over in that particular question. I have not even counted the number of hats yet. That will take place a little later because I'm being a little bit of a showman and trying to keep you all connected all this long.
Where's your sequined top hat?
Yes, exactly.
That costs extra.
And your little scepter,
Yeah, exactly. With the little
your little
ball on
walking stick,
That also costs extra.
and your holy hand grenade.
That also costs extra.
You know, the little ball with the cross on it. You know, you got to have all the accoutrement.
Here's my
What, are you expecting a coronation or something?
Yes, that is lovely, Linda.
I like that.
Oh, beautiful.
Whose pattern is that?
It's out of a book. Easy Lace Knits by Anakin Alice, and it's called Valencia.
It's been so long since I've done any knitting. I feel guilty.
Well, I started. That's how I started knitting. My dad taught me how to knit. There we go. That's the shawl.
So lovely.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so what do you think I should give away next? We have the C2C triangle shawl, we have the C2C rectangle wrap, and we have the circular Alicia shawl.
Circular Alicia.
The Alicia shawl?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to mark a point at the after which a new car. Yeah, a new car would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. But the I will mark a point after which guesses will be valid. Okay.
Well, what have we got to guess?
Well, I won't tell you until the time comes.
Ooh.
Okay.
So salty.
My hand's dopey nosy.
Okay. There is the mark. I need a number between 1 and 30.
Vivian Sandy's in the room.
Hey, Viviana, email me, please.
27.
You have to write it down or enter it in the chat.
What was the number between 1 and 30?
Yes.
All right, I changed my number.
You can't do that.
Well, because you and your rules.
Don't make me get my ruler out.
Uh-oh. Right? Oh.
Come and get me.
My brothers had that to them when we were Catholic school. They took the yardstick and went across my brother's hands.
I've had the cane when I was at school as well.
Well, David, I'm going to have to drop down. I have to take Olivia to her mom's. But
Okay.
But I'll still be in the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye,
So
Michelle.
there.
Good seeing you, Craig and Linda and Deb and Frenchie and everybody.
Alrighty.
We'll see
There-
you in the YouTube streets.
Bye,
There
honey.
was there was a correct guess. There were actually 2 correct guesses, but the one that appeared on my screen first, the actual number was 16, and the one that appeared on my screen first came from Pastel Dreams, and that was for the Circle Granny Square, right? or the circle
Alicia.
Alicia. Yeah. So Pastel Dreams, you must email me to let me know. I know that other people guessed the same number later, but the first one that I saw, or the first one after when I placed the mark in the chat, is the one that is the only one that I can count. So thank you everybody for that. So in addition to the actual grand prize, the grand prize is going to be a thumb drive from Bag O' Day.
Oh, awesome.
And a
Nice.
PDF of 20 patterns from Creative Grandma.
That's nice.
And a few other things, a few other patterns as well. How cool is that?
Very.
So when I actually do the count of the hats, that's what the prize is going to be. If the actual winner tells me, oh no, I have those patterns already, then that winner could say, could decide to take the yarn box instead, because I have a bunch of yarn and I've shown it before. I'll show it again. But it's a bunch of yarn that I'm giving away. It's a lot of it came from a duplicate yarn shipment from Hirschner's, where I ordered once and I got it delivered twice. And some of it came from gifts that I decided to just pass on rather than use. So there's some good stuff in there. And there are also some tchotchkes in there as well.
Ooh, tchotchkes.
We like tchotchkes.
Tchotchkes are fun.
Anyway, but because I'm a showman, we're going to wait for a while to count the hats.
Nice.
So anyway, what am I missing in the chat? Anything exciting going on? Pastel Dreams is here. So Pastel Dreams, please do email me and I will get in touch with you about your prize. Because the circular Alicia shawl pattern has not been published yet, I will not send it out to you until it is published. But I expect to do it before the end of the month. So you'll have to wait a little bit for that. And if you're in Canada, I'm going to have to hunt you down and hurt you bad, because Canada is so expensive. I'm sorry, but it is.
It is. It's even expensive to the UK.
Yeah.
I paid $23 to send a bag of Twizzlers to Daniel.
Oh, wow.
Dang.
International. Hey, Ingrid, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, wait,
Wow.
how big was the bag?
Hi, Ingrid.
Like a package of Twizzlers. It was like
Yeah.
half a pound.
Yeah, probably wasn't very large. I a couple of months ago, within a week, I sent one package to Italy and another one to Canada. The package to Italy was heavier and larger than the one I sent to Canada. I did say Canada before. Anyway, still the one to Canada was more expensive. I don't know why. It doesn't, I don't have to know why, I guess, really. But
We don't decide what USPS charges you, honey.
Right.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Frenchie, you having yarn barf issues?
Nah, just my
AJ?
dog.
yeah, AJ, I don't understand your comment at all.
Okay, I guess it's...
But that's okay. I guess I don't have to.
Okay, there we go.
Actually, I think I'm going to repost the link if anybody else wants to come up and join us, and just be rude and everything, because that's what we're all about. Oh, here comes AJ.
We're not rude, are we?
Okay, I have two different
We're not
ends
rude.
in there.
Hey, AJ.
Hey.
Hey, hello.
I ended my live, my second live yesterday with, I have to go to a going away party for my neighbor. So it was.
Oh, okay. I guess that's what it was. Okay. Hey, Katrina, and I know I'm missing people who come into the chat left and right, and it's not intentional. Sometimes people get hurt about that, but it's hard.
I'm on a laptop, so I can see the chat if you want a second pair of eyes. Once I'm done.
So looks like AJ has muted himself to talk sternly to his kids, correctly?
Right?
No, not sternly.
Oh.
So, but kids are kids. There's no getting around that.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And I don't care how old you are. It's monkey see, monkey do.
Oh yeah.
Well, that and little pitchers have big ears.
Exactly.
And the nut doesn't fall far from the tree.
Right.
Yeah.
My son, his son is 3 years old, going on 4, and he's split image of his dad. My grandson is, and I turn around. He's like, "Mom, can you watch him for a little bit? Because I can't handle it right now." And I was like, "Son," "welcome to yourself."
Yeah.
I handled you. You handled
right,
him.
right. What do you think I used to do with you?
Well, it's the curse, you see. It's the curse of the grandparent that bestows upon the grandchild the same personality, so that it's like that sort of karmic backlash gets to cycle through.
It's your job to pump them full of sugar and send them back.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now that's just mean. Pump them full of sugar and then send them back.
Now see
what my grandma used to do.
Right. Yeah, that's what my grandma did too.
I can remember these very words when I was a kid. You had a Coke yesterday, so you can't have one today. Back in the day, people had a grasp on sugar, and also they didn't have high fructose corn syrup then. They had real sugar.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, also way, way, way back in the day, Coca-Cola was named that for a different reason.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not quite that old.
I didn't say you were that. I said way, way, way back in the day.
No,
so
yeah, I do recognize that, and actually, Pepsi Cola has its roots in North Carolina, and back in the day, people used to serve Coca-Cola in the parlor and Pepsi Cola to their friends in the kitchen.
Yeah, because it was a stomach helper. It was Pepsol.
I'm sure it had a lot of functions, given what was in it at the time.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's why the Charleston was actually possible. To be able to move like that.
Exactly.
It's like, no, you need that little extra get up and go to be able to move that way.
Right.
It's like either that or put a fork in a wall socket.
Gina just made a hilarious comment. She used to say to her girls, "I hope you have one just like you."
Yeah.
And they did.
Yep.
Oh dear.
My mom tells me all the time that my kids are like a spitting image of me.
I wouldn't be surprised. As they say, the nut doesn't fall far from the tree.
Actually, I've got a really cute anecdote. Now, I have a niece who is like 5, 6, I think 6. I'm sorry. I've never actually met her in person, but I've Skyped. And so she was having this very, interesting discussion about pizza with my mom. And apparently my niece, she just loves all sorts of toppings. And my mom, she just likes a plain Neapolitan pie, just cheese, nothing on it. So what does my niece say? Grammy, you have to think outside of the box. You have to get out of your comfort zone.
And how old was she?
6.
Oh my God!
6 going on 60.
She's gonna be a great negotiator.
Oh my God! Nana Kathleen says,
and then the same day, it was like drizzling, and so she says, "Grammy, it looks like we're going to have a lot of precipitation today."
Nana
She's
Kathleen
upright.
says that it's different when grandparents have to raise their grandchildren and don't get to spoil them like a grandparent.
Right.
And that does happen a lot in our society, probably on both sides of the pond as well. So yeah, that is true, where the grandparent has to be a parent again.
Yeah.
So
well, the one thing that I mean, I don't fill them up with sugar and that, because I remember when my their grandparents did that with my kids, and I wanted to kill them. And I'm like, no more. I'm not doing that to my own grandkids.
my father-in-law, knowing him, he'll probably give my son a monster.
Oh God.
Oh God. Mark says that
stuff you got to be careful with, though, because I've got sometimes my heart beats one too many or one too not enough.
Yeah, an arrhythmia.
And I can't,
An arrhythmia.
Yeah, and I take heart medicine for it. And if I drink Monster now that I'm gotten older, that'll send me into a heart attack.
Yeah, Mark was saying that that if you put Coca-Cola down the toilet, it will help the health of the toilet. Yep. People used to say that if you pour it on your certain engine connections in your car, it would help them because it's very acidic.
Yeah.
So
it'll take the paint off of your car. It'll do all sorts of stuff. It improves the chrome. It's like, oh yeah, and I drink plenty of it.
I do too.
I'm guilty.
I know. I heard in Romania is partially where my family's from. They use it to clean their glass in their windows.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's like our Windex here in the States. And I thought, man. And then my daughter tells me that use coffee filters, and it won't leave streaks in your window.
Coffee filters are actually, they have a huge number of uses outside of actually making coffee.
Right.
And you can use them. I mean, people talk about using them like for wipes, for removing makeup, or for applying or cleaning your face with astringent or anything, any kind of cleanser you want, or for some kind of a cleaning cloth for your dishes or your surfaces. Coffee filters are really, really useful, even outside of the coffee application.
Oh, wow.
That just sounds sacrilege to me.
Does it? Well, that's what I'm here for, the sacrilege.
Using a coffee filter for anything other than coffee, I don't know if I can go there. I don't know.
Oh, my son.
Hey, Nancy's here.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
How you doing?
Now, Nancy, how is that newest tot of yours?
Oh, he's so get big quick.
As they tend to do.
I didn't see him today.
Mm.
Monday to Friday from 10 to something like that.
So, how old is he now? What, a month and a half or something?
He'll be 2 months on the 7th,
Aww.
Wow.
but he's going to go to daycare. Because once they go back to, because my son took 3 months off. 3 months.
Wow, he's very fortunate to have a job where that's allowed.
Very, very, very.
Because, people
I
don't
think
think about fathers.
He accumulated some time because his wife only got 2 weeks off. Her job
Really?
she's got the better job.
I see, yeah.
Work
I,
at home. Two screens and a spreadsheet. She's like some kind of. Feels like a.
okay.
He's gonna go to
Somebody-
the same, I'm sorry. He's gonna go to the same daycare as his brother. So, but
Oh,
a little-
okay.
yeah, eventually the one that's gonna be 4 is gonna come here, and they're gonna get a break from one.
Daycare's so expensive, though.
Yeah, they do. They do.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
David, I'm going to drop down. It's going to spend some time with Bobby. We're watching.
I'm so glad you came up here. Thank you
Hi.
for joining
Good to
us.
have you, Linda.
Yeah, more than welcome. We're watching Lockie at the moment, so we've got 2 more episodes to watch. So
Ah, okay.
we're big
Enjoy.
Marvel fans.
Okay. Oh,
Right.
who else is here?
Nice
All right,
getting
bye,
to
Linda.
Take care.
See you
Thank
later,
you.
Linda.
Bye.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, David. Hi, Fiber Spider.
Hello.
Hey. So just as we lost Linda, we gained Proverbs. Hey.
Okay, let's see the comments.
Roseanne
Let's
has
see, I don't have a
2. Roseanne is expecting 2 more grandsons this year. How
Oh,
cool
wow.
is that?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Wow. I can't imagine that. I mean, I can't imagine being a parent, let alone a grandparent.
Right. My 2 oldest ones
Mhm.
decided to make me grandma twice in a year. And I
Mm.
felt very overwhelmed at first, but now I wouldn't change it anything from the world.
Well, that's the way it usually works out.
Right. And they're 7 months apart. So I'm like, oh my gosh, when they get like 5 or 6 years old, God help me.
Okay, Linda's designed Rita is talking about the benefits they get in Scandinavia, where I think anyone would agree that HR benefits outside of the U.S. are far superior to what any
Oh, yeah.
corporation offers here.
Jeannie, come back.
Right? Yeah, where'd Jeannie go?
We might have
Hang on
scared her
1 second, I'll
away.
be right back.
Up here now, we get 40 weeks of benefits, but if we choose to spread, we could choose to spread it out over. I think it's 18 months. So you're out longer, but you get less.
Ah, I see. So then, a longer period of absence would mean
Absence.
a lower
Income,
what
yeah.
we might call disability pay. So yeah.
They pay you for 40 weeks, but if you choose to take longer, they just thin it out.
So they would take the same total and allocate it differently over the weeks.
Around here, it depends on where you work. I don't
Exactly.
get anything because I'm
Well,
part-time, so I don't get any vacation time or sick time or anything. So really, it's like you don't work, you don't get paid. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's how most places are.
Well, I haven't worked in a couple of years, so and I'm still trying to get disability. So well, I don't know. I might be in the streets at some point.
No, you won't.
Sometimes it's like trying to pull teeth from a headless chicken.
I haven't heard that one before.
Teeth from a headless chicken.
Yeah, I just exaggerated it. It's like pulling teeth from a chicken. 'Cause, well, chicken have no teeth, but this one is headless, so it's even harder.
Actually, that's a misnomer because when they say more rare than hen's teeth, all hens are born with one tooth on the end of their beak. It helps them get out of the shell, but then it's taken off. So yes and no. It's like inside the beak. No, of course they don't have any teeth, but yeah, it's like this tiny little thing on the end of their beak so that they can get out of their shell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm.
Egg tooth.
I think it's implied that it's meant in their mouths, but yeah.
Point taken. Point taken.
Hello there.
Hi.
Hello.
This is my first time joining in, so hi.
Welcome.
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 We're very glad to have you here.
Thank you. Along with my barking dogs in the background because I'm talking to myself.
Okay, how long have you known
On
me?
this channel.
Yeah, I'm going. How long have you known me? Dogs equals good. It doesn't matter what they're doing.
Wow.
Four-legged friends.
Well, I farm, so we have a lot.
That's great.
So, good old fiber spider there.
Yeah.
I just got my 200-plus-year-old family heirloom flax spinning wheel.
What is that?
From my mom.
Ooh.
And reconditioned it and put it to use. I'm spinning on it for the first time. It's seen fiber since probably 100 years ago.
Wow.
Can you only use flax, or can you use other? Can you use wool on that, or is it just specifically for flax?
Actually,
I don't know the
I'm
difference.
using one of the good old acrylic wool blends from Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, which one is that? Because, you know, I got some of them, but I didn't actually use it yet. So do tell.
You got a couple that I have and love.
Oh, good.
I don't remember which color this one is.
Now, which brand is that? Is like the name of that? Is that Showstopper?
Showstopper, yeah. It's an older one, probably from 2 years ago.
Because I didn't see that colorway in the store, but so you're finding that it spins up okay?
Yep, does well.
Great.
This, the blue one that you have. This is plied with a sky blue solid and that mixed blue from Hobby Lobby.
Cool.
So yeah, but I did this on my Bumblebee.
No, that's great to know because I still haven't played around with it yet. And also, actually, the last time I went to Michael's, in their clearance bin, they had, it was Lion brand Wool-Ease Roving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's thinner than what you have, the Showstopper. It's thinner than that. It's more of a pencil roving, but the amount of wool content is higher. So I think that it might work better. So I grabbed a bunch of those. They were like $3 each on clearance. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try it too. So
Absolutely. I knew you would appreciate the spinning wheel for sure.
Of course. Of course.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah. I was looking to see if I had it on hand. The fluorescent pinks Showstopper that you got. I actually separated the colors and I applied it together with a cream, and it looks like the old bubblegum fruit stripes.
I remember that with the zebra.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like the whole way through.
I remember that.
David, I started watching your channel a little while back. I've been kind of like Crystal and just kind of stalk.
Lurking is just fine. I have no objection to lurking.
Every now and again, I'll pop in and say, hi, everybody, or something. But I just kind of hang out in the background a lot.
That's just fine.
I actually started my channel not too long ago, but I always watch everybody else.
So what is your focus then?
I do spinning and knitting, crocheting, weaving, and tatting.
I've always wanted to learn more about the spinning.
Oh, I love it. I love
I mean,
it.
I think that the best way to go with spinning, though, is start with a drop spindle. It'll take longer, but it really gets you used to how to draft your fiber and how much spin to put in. And it gets you used to the mechanics. And also, it is infinitely cheaper. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so much cheaper to use a drop spindle because you can get one for less than $20, sometimes less than $10. And it's extremely portable, you know, as opposed to an actual wheel, which does go by faster.
And then you go to a nano.
Oh, there you go. See,
Those are awesome.
I haven't dabbled with the electric wheels yet. Maybe at some point, but not yet.
I love it.
But yeah, I mean, with a drop spindle, it does take a lot longer, but you have much more control because you are going slower. That's one of the things that I like about the drop. But that, and also, like, you could fit it in a little tote bag and take it wherever, you know. It's great like that.
My nano and my drop spindle went with me on my journey this past week across to Missouri, from West Virginia to Missouri and back. I drove all the way out there and back.
Oh, wow.
So
I'm in Missouri. You missed me. I'm in Missouri. Yeah.
I was in Ava.
Okay.
Yeah. I left here Monday morning, got there Monday night, left there Friday morning, and got here Friday night.
Oh, wow.
Well, it sounds like each site had something that would be very interesting to observe. So, yeah, as far as progress in terms of geographical movement, I would not be all that concerned. Sounds like a good trip, really.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Except for Nashville, traffic's horrible.
A lot of cities where that is true.
True.
And don't go downtown St. Louis.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Springfield is about the same, too.
Yeah, you got a lot of people coming from Illinois, too, in downtown St. Louis.
You hear horror stories about Atlanta.
Oh.
And Charlotte is becoming that way as well.
Oh, wow.
LA.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine driving in LA.
Anybody ever see the movie LA Story? There's this great scene where it's apparently open season on the LA freeway, and then all of a sudden there's road rage going on, and like people are firing guns out of their cars. It's with Steve Martin. It's actually funny in the context. He's like, "Oh God, it's open season on the LA freeway! Quick, go in the glove compartment box, get the gun. You know, are the bullets? Do they go bad? No, they don't have expiration dates. Just get the gun, get the gun." In that context, it was funny. I'm not suggesting anybody go postal.
Right. Well, we had when I was still living up in the city, St. Louis, they did have somebody on Highway 40, I think it was.
Oh no!
That came out of their I guess it was road rage. I guess.
Oh no!
Yeah, and started shooting, and I'm like, oh God, you couldn't pay me enough to move back up there in St. Louis. I mean, I grew up there, but it wasn't like that when I was growing up. So,
yeah, Craig, David, Roseanne is asking what are you guys working on, and as Roseanne puts it, for you, Fiber, Mr. Spider, what tangled web are you weaving, my friend?
Oh my goodness!
Lower, said the spider to the fly. This is David's pattern that I'm currently working on. It's a corner-to-corner lacy rectangle. It's going to be a wrap.
That is coming up really good.
Thank you.
I really like that.
It's a work in progress. You know, I'm getting there.
I showed an example of that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in a few minutes, I've just opened the box. I'm gonna count my hats. I'm gonna count.
Jeannie, I'm working on the same strip for the Mama Snuggie.
There's a bunch of hats in
Hold that up
here.
again.
I'm sorry?
I love those colors. So pretty.
Oh, yeah. I always love color. I always respond to color.
Now, Granny D said something about looking at fiber spiders tutorials. And she said, I have a couple more to add to the shawl patterns. I want to repeat over and over and over.
I've made the virus meets Granny I don't know how many times.
Right? I love Granny D. I went live last week, Tuesday, I think it was, and she came up on my panel, and I was like, oh my God, I got Granny D!
Proverbs is asking whether a certain pattern is for sale. I'm not sure which one she means. The triangular lacy C2C shawl is on Ravelry already. The rectangular one will be there soon. I'm going to coordinate that with Craig for his tutorial. Because he seems interested in it, so, you know.
Yep. Well, if I weren't, I wouldn't be working on it right now.
Of course. Of course.
Literally right now.
Exactly.
Let's not be silly.
Okay. Now, did I mention? I fear that I have not mentioned it yet. I did create a discount code for all of my Ravelry patterns.
Yes, you did.
Did I mention that?
Yes, you did, sir.
Not lately.
Okay. I will put it in the comments again.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, that is a code on Ravelry. If you go to Ravelry and choose one or more of my patterns, you can use that discount code and get 20% off.
Thank you.
And honestly, they're not very expensive to start with. So, go for it.
You should be able to pin that to the top, David. Not
Yeah.
everybody has access to that, but
I could do that, but normally when I do these StreamYard things, I don't even go into YouTube for the same session. And the only way you can pin it to the top is in YouTube as opposed to StreamYard. So I just keep posting various links as we go.
That's all right.
Now, I mean, we talked about it earlier. A lot of people really, really like Restream for various reasons, but I have no complaints with StreamYard. So I'm going to stick with it because it works for me. It gives me what I want and what I paid for. So, you know, exactly. I don't, it is different when I go up on other people's panels and they're on Restream. But, you know, I can deal with that too. Okay. Okay, I think I've missed something that somebody said.
It was me.
Okay.
I said, you want to see what I'm making?
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Oh wow.
It's a bod
Love
pattern.
Oh,
Pretty.
Oh, neat.
Kind of looks like it's like a puff stitch.
Mm-hmm.
It looks a little like a call to midwife with, less holes. Smaller box.
and so it's a bod pattern. Oh, what's
Yes.
the name of it?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look. I'd have to,
Oh,
my-
okay.
I
finally learned. I have a notebook full of notes that I've taken from various people's tutorials. I finally learned to just make a note of what the tutorial number is. It took me a long, long time to learn that, actually. If they number their tutorials.
I make playlists. So I save playlists in my YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Oh,
post them up.
definitely, yeah. I have two of them. I have a list of stitches and a list of patterns. Because a lot of them, particularly people like Creative Grandma, they have a huge reference library of stitches.
Right.
And,
Number.
sorry?
I'm sorry, it doesn't have a number. It just says quick and easy crochet blanket. Very easy and quick. But
Is that a recent one from? I think I might have seen that from her. Yeah, I think she was more concerned with pattern numbers earlier than now.
Okay. See, I gotta go back.
Roseanne, my tutorial is sorry, answering a question. It's just sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's just and no one's talking. Okay, sorry. It's just a tutorial on how to do the starting half double crochet to not have a hole at the beginning of your row. It's not a full pattern tutorial.
Well, when we're done with the bod, you bod along, we ought to do a fiber spider along.
Actually, Fiber Floozy had suggested that at one point. I was on another stream. I can't remember which one. Sorry, but yeah, Fiber Floozy had mentioned that I should do that. It is food for thought. At some point. I don't know.
You'll get a lot of activity from people.
I have an exceedingly full plate, so I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
You don't have to do anything. You just
I know.
Right,
I just don't like to spread my ideas and energies too far because they're already at their breaking point. I just recently started, like I needed a new craft. I just started sewing as well.
Oh, dear me.
I really want to make a scrappy, patchworky quilt. And so I've been putting together scraps of fabric, and I really want to try my hand at it. And I like the idea of doing something very scrappy because, like if you're trying to match up your corners and your seams all nice and perfect and pretty, it's like if there's a mistake, it will stand out like a sore thumb. So I would rather have something more organic and flowy so that if there's a mistake, it like the whole thing could be construed as a mistake, so it's okay, So that's yet another thing that I'm dabbling with, and I've been haphazardly working on it since Thursday. I want to get some more of that done today.
Right.
like I need another craft form to get into, right?
Well, I know how to sew too. I actually I taught my kids how to sew buttons on their pants and on their shirts. And well, my youngest one, he's 17, and he knows how to crochet because he was dealing with a lot of anger issues as growing up and that. And yeah, I taught him how to crochet, and I said it'll help with your anger issues. So, and yeah, it
I mean,
helped
it's
him a
great
little
for
bit.
that. It's great for anxiety, stress.
Oh yeah,
It's a healer.
right.
Stitching
Well,
is a
and
healer.
he was bullied when he was in his preteens, I guess.
Same here.
And he was on probation for truancy because he didn't want to go to school anymore because of the kids there bullying him and that. And one of the kids lived in the same park that we do, and he did. I mean, his probation check-in person watched the video, and this other kid hit my son 13 times.
Ugh.
And I turned around and told him, I said, that's assault against my kid 13 times.
Yep.
You know, luckily he doesn't live here anymore, and he got his taste of juvenile. So I said, well, it's that old saying goes that vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So, and I still believe in that. And I people want to react to things, and it's like, no, leave it up to God.
Mhm.
You know, leave it up to God. God will take care of him in his own way. So, I mean, it kind of helped him that way too. But him crocheting and that, I mean, he's 17 now, but he doesn't quite get into it right now. And because he's more with his friends and stuff like that. But yeah, when he was like 14, 15, and 16, yeah, he crocheted. And I think it got him through a lot of things. So
They
I'm
come
glad
back
I taught
around.
him. Huh?
They come back around. My son's 25,
Oh, yeah.
and I taught him to crochet and his wife to crochet. I taught my son when he was young, and then before he and his wife got married, I was teaching her, and in turn, it was like I would hand my son something and have him finish it, and he's like, da, 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 and done.
Right.
And she'd look at him and go, "What the heck?" But he's 25 and he'll crochet, he'll pick it up,
Right.
no problem.
Right. Yeah. Well, my daughter, she goes, well, I just don't have the time, Mom. And I'm like, really? I said, you got to make the time. Right.
You make
right.
the time.
And I told her, I said, you want, I can tell that she's getting stressed out and things, worrying about this, worrying about that. Crochet for a little bit.
Yeah.
It'll ease that, it'll ease that for you. So.
Oh.
But like I said before, when I did her granny square purse, she knows how to crochet. She knows how to do all that. And she's like, no, Mom, I'm good. I'm like, really? I'm like, thanks.
Well, listen, I have to scoot for now, but David, you planning on being live for a while? David? David, yes. Hello, can you hear me? David, can you hear me? Yes? No? He's just looking at me blankly.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
You all right there?
Yeah, I was sort of falling asleep for a bit.
I
didn't realize I was live there. I had sort of forgotten. But
no, I was going to say I'm gonna take off. Wait, who's this? Hello, Proverb. Hey, Jeannie. No, I was going to say, are you going to be on for a while? Because I might pop in later.
I will be on for a while. I don't know how long. It probably won't be as long as some of my others have been.
So you're not going to be on for another 5 hours?
Probably not. No.
All right, listen.
I wanted to show Fiber Spider something.
Oh, okay.
Fiber Spider. This is which way blank you made. I made a top out of it.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's lovely.
And a top with which way pattern.
Oh, wow.
With your
That's
pattern.
lovely.
So thank you for sharing with us. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing. Well, listen, everybody, you guys have a great day. Excuse me. And good seeing all of you. And stay yarny.
right?
Have a good one.
Bye.
Stay caffeinated.
Well, now that you've woken me up, I think it's time to actually do a real hat count. What do you think of that? So, I do not know what the count is. This will be my first time attempting a real count. And what we have is a bunch of hats, actually. So we have 5. We have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Left.
10. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. We have, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. We have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25. That's what I started with in April, if you'll recall. And I have a ton of hats more. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 35. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 40. 1, 2, 3. So many different kinds of 4, 5. Where was I? 40? 45. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 55. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 65. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 75. 1, 2, 3. Okay. It looks like 78. I'm going to do another count because you know what I say. Counting cannot be overestimated. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back in the box, that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10 in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15 in the box. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 20 in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25. Earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was that 25 or?
Last count was 25.
Okay, then we're at 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 35?
Yep.
Yeah.
When you throw them on the chair, they fall on the floor, damn it. That was 35, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. 35. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 45. Correct me if I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's 50.
50, I think.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 55. Such a wide range of different things that I did over time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
60.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 65. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 75. 1, 2. Oh no! I'm missing a hat. It's probably fallen behind the chair. Okay, it's either 77 or 78. Hold on a second, let me see if it has fallen behind the chair. Oh! Oops. Here it is!
Yay.
78.
78.
So, 78. Hold on a second. Now I'm going to get confirmation from my sister who counted everything before any of this started. Hold on.
He doesn't know yet. He has to look it up.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee while he's doing that.
He just finished counting just now. He has to look it up.
I am back. The count is confirmed at 78.
Awesome.
Honestly, I wish it had been more. I really do. I feel bad that it wasn't more. I really wanted to do more. But
Yeah, don't be so hard on yourself. That's a lot.
It is.
Do what you can.
I know, and it is what it is. I can't fix it. I can't change it. It is what it is.
Yep.
So let me just go. I'm going to split the screen now. I'm going to find who had the correct guess, or the nearest to correct guess. Oh, we had 2 guesses at 78. Oh my goodness. One was Kay's Crochet Haven and the other one was Daria Antonio. So now what I'm going to have to do is figure out which one of them was earlier with the guess. Okay. Let's see. Posts. I don't know whether you guys are seeing what I'm doing right now.
It's on the screen. You can't see.
Okay.
Something's on the screen.
Okay, what I'm doing is I'm just going through all the comments. Honestly, I was actually quite surprised at how many comments came from people whom I thought were subscribed, but they did not show up as subscribed.
David, sometimes people leave it as private. Did you ever notice that? Like
I know that people do that. Okay, Daria Antonio guessed 2 months ago, which we can assume was what? May 25th?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
Because YouTube is so efficient in marking the dates on comments.
Yeah, 2 months ago could be 2 months and 29 days.
Okay, let me see. Let me go back and see who the other one was. Kay's Crochet Haven.
Okay.
I don't
She has
see. If it was before 2 months ago, then I don't see it in the post. So I'm looking at the actual content. I don't know whether you're seeing the actual.
There is a way. There's a way I noticed when I was doing the fairy. I was able to do the newest comments first, or the newest ones first, and you could do it that way.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much for filtering out all of my uploads to 30 per screen. Yeah, I'm so happy that you did that for me.
And that was not sarcastic at all.
Moi? Who would ever expect me to be sarcastic? I'm never, ever, ever, ever sarcastic.
Guys, my phone is going dead. I'm going to jump off of here. Thank you, David, for letting me join in the chat.
Oh, it was lovely having you here.
We'll see you again.
Okay, here we are. Here's my Hat Not Hate contest. Who's the other one? Honestly, this was how I determined whether someone was a subscriber or not, because if this little icon there, I hope you're seeing that. I don't know whether you are.
No, we're still in Excel over here.
I found if you click on their name in the comment, it takes you to a page and it'll say if they're public or not.
Well, I did state specifically in my
Video.
rules that they had to be publicly
I do that too.
If I can't tell publicly. Anyway, it looks like Daria Antonio is the winner. I will do further research to see whether the other person was subscribed, because it looks like Kay's Crochet Haven also is a subscriber. So I will do further research to find out whether Kay's Crochet Haven made the comment before Daria. In any case, I will contact the winner. The winner is entitled to the thumb drive of the Bag O' Day patterns, plus a PDF of 20 patterns from Creative Grandma, plus a couple of other patterns. Oh, Nancy is holding up a very pretty Afghan. I like that.
The baby blanket that I showed you earlier.
It's nice. I like it. I like the way the colors are coming out.
There's going to be some blue eventually. I have more. It's from not this year's Hobby Lobby clearance, from the year before. Or maybe, yeah, it might be from the first one. I think, yeah. I think I only got to 2 Hobby Lobby clearance. I don't remember now.
I honestly, I think all of those yarn stores are very inconsiderate, because they do not time their sales to go along with my budget. I mean, what is wrong with them?
Story of my life. Once, Lion Brand had the free shipping in Canada for Canada Day, and I was broke.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah.
I just have too much yarn now. I don't even enter giveaways. Hardly ever.
I rarely enter giveaways unless they're spectacular, because unless it's like something like what Bag O' Day does.
Occasionally I enter her giveaways because I want her the thing.
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, I'm doing the bottle long because, you know, I kind of want her the patterns, or I wouldn't mind getting that fancy yarn from Daniel.
Honestly,
I'm having a lot of fun with it. I already did like 15 things.
My tastes are becoming a lot more discerning, and I'm not quite as tolerant of the budget yarns as I used to be.
Oh.
So I like the hand-dyed ones, the more expensive ones, little more than I should, considering my current economic status.
I got a bunch of that yarn on sale at Hobby Lobby, the hand-dyed yarns. They were like almost $4 each.
Nice.
From 15, so I loaded up, but I need to buy a Swift. I don't have one. So I want to decide to make, let's say, a shawl out of, or a top out of one. So
if you don't, there's a workaround with a Swift. If you like take 2 chairs.
Do you have a kitchen chair like that? Where's my hand? Like that?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you know, 2 kitchen chairs or whatever kind of chair you have, or anything you have that can simulate.
Somebody said to turn the chair upside down.
I haven't done that, but that would work as well.
Cool.
And then you can just make a ball out of it rather than a cake. I know people who will take an actual skein and then turn it into a ball.
Hey, I need the light on.
Because that person finds a ball preferable to a skein. And honestly, there are a lot of skeins that are hard to work with. And it has been my experience that those skeins that have the tab, the center pole tab that says start here, more often than not, they're yarns that I don't want to work with again.
Really?
So I don't know.
How come? Is it not up and not up?
It's, not, it's usually the texture, it's the feel.
Gotcha.
Sometimes they split, sometimes they just don't feel nice.
Because I know Hirschner's does that too. They had to start here.
I have a lot of Hirschner's yarn that I'm trying to work through. So,
I'm gonna get down before my grandson gets here.
Which one? The older one or the younger one?
The bigger one, the one that's gonna be 4.
Cool.
Okay.
That'll be fun.
I got it. I got everything cleaned up. Do you want to see his horsey?
Sure.
Wait 1 minute. It's cute. My husband bought it because we had video of my sons playing on their horsey. It talks and everything. 1 minute, I gotta get up. It looks better with him on it. Wait, can you? I can't see.
Oh, wow.
Where the hell is it?
Oh, it's cute.
Yeah, it is.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
It's such a little box in my phone. Wait. You put the carrot in. Wait.
Oh my god. Oh.
You are my favorite rockin' rider.
I couldn't tell if I even had it in there. Could you see it? Oh, there. I see it on my TV now. It's crazy. Okay, well, we're going to entertain him when he gets here. He's having a nap. So, congratulations. Good work, David. On 78.
Well, thank you. I wish I had done more, but it is what it is, and they are thankful for everything that they get.
When did they do?
Stop thinking that way, David.
Sorry?
When are the hats due? Because I have some. I dropped them off somewhere last time.
They have extended the submission deadline to September 13th, but I did not want to change the dates on my project because I was sort of burnt out on it.
Okay. I got to call the lady that takes hats near me because I don't feel like paying for the mailing it. I don't know what I made. I don't probably made it. I might have made 10 or 12.
Well, I've been very fortunate that Gina sponsored the postage for every giveaway, including the package that goes to Hat Not Hate for this live stream. Thank you so much, Gina. So
that's generous.
Yeah, I think that's lovely. So she gets when I finish when I finish this is a where's my hook? I lost my hook there. This is a pattern from Crystal from the Secret Yarnery. So it's not my pattern, but it was a great use for this Christmas yarn that I did not know what else to do with. And also I had this green yarn that I didn't know what else to do with. So I thought it was perfect.
That's really good, yeah.
And I don't know how big it's going to be in the end, but whatever it is, it goes to Gina because I want it out of my house.
Puppy. I got a puppy here. I wanted to show you my puppy before I leave.
Show me your puppy.
Wait.
Aww.
Oh, we love puppies.
Aww.
Wow.
He wants to go outside where my husband is.
You're so cute. All
right, I gotta go.
Hey, go forth. There are a bunch of people in the chat that I have missed, and I'm sorry about that.
I'm hanging up.
Okay. Bye, Nancy. Okay, let me see. to do it this way.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going too myself. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I put the StreamYard link up again if anybody else wants to come up and join us. It's always lovely when people come up and join us because I can only blather for so long. I'm very good at blathering, as people have often told me, but I can only blather for so long.
Right. And I thank you so much for letting me come up and that. This is the first time I'm on your live.
Well, you're always welcome here.
Right. And one of the things I was going to ask you was, do you have to be monetized to be have a Patreon?
No, two totally separate things.
Okay.
Completely independent of each other.
There's Join on YouTube, and then there's Patreon as its own separate entity for everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I started a Patreon long before I was monetized.
Okay.
And I am just now in the process of starting YouTube membership levels. And then I'm going to have to tweak Patreon so that the two mirror each other. But I want people to know that if they want to benefit me, they will do it more efficiently by going to Patreon, because everybody knows the level of fees and surcharges that YouTube has. So anyway, so I'm still in the process of that. It's always a growing experience. It's been like less than a month that I've been monetized anyway. But I've already gotten something from Google AdSense. But also people have shown me a tremendous amount of love and generosity in other ways. I make my PayPal and my Cash App known. My Patreon, and currently I only have one level of Patreon, which is the lowest dollar amount that Patreon recommends. Okay. Oops. What was that?
That was my phone.
Okay. But as soon as I get the YouTube membership levels going, I'm going to make Patreon mirror that. Okay. But I don't want to ask people for money directly, but at the same time, I'm telling people that this is how you can help me. I need to do these, I need to do the postage for today. And someone came forward and very graciously sponsored the postage for today. I need to go to this retreat. Although I had already paid for the tuition, room, and board, there's still travel expenses, and people have come forward and helped me toward that end. There are other retreats. There are other things that I can do. Everything I do, I mean, in addition, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say that I'm not about having fun, because fun is good. I expect to have a shitload of fun at this retreat. At the same time, I expect to learn, I expect to network, I expect to meet people, and I expect to become a better content provider by going to that retreat.
Right.
So PJ is checking out. Oh, thank you, PJ. You were. I understand that you have to check out, and that is just fine. And thank you for your kind words. Hey, Julie Lee. Okay. Anyway, so that's where we are. Yeah. So,
well, believe it or not, David, I'm actually I've been teaching a 10-year-old how to crochet.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows more stitches than I thought she did.
Yeah.
So, and it's she's doing her first sun hat that she did, and it's one of Crystal Bagaudet Crochet's sun hat.
Mm.
And she did that, and she did one of the blue hats for Hat Not Hate,
Mm-hmm.
and that. So, because of this is the hat that I made, and she was making a blue hat. I didn't have enough blue hat or enough yarn for the blue hat, so this is what I got. And this is actually my pattern.
That looks quite nice.
Yeah.
Hats are so simple.
Yeah.
They really are. And, once you get the hang of it, I have done so many that I just started with a basic start and then I just made it up as I went along.
Right.
I mean, in my box, that's really what I've got. And I've got a bunch of hats in a bunch of different sizes because I used a bunch of different yarns with a bunch of different hooks and a bunch of different patterns. So I hope that they find them all useful, because I would be sorry to learn that they didn't.
Right. And that's the hat that I got to send to Carrie, the Yarny Elephant. And she did one of Crystal's, and it comes over her eyes. And I said, well, you got to pull the hat in the back so you can see, because it's one of those slouchy hats that she did.
Some of them are slouchy, and not all of us know about the slouchy hat thing.
Right. Well, I just recently learned that because I did my daughter's hat. And she likes she's 26 and she likes the slouchiness in the back. So, and I did one for her birthday so she can wear it for winter.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, but I guess I'll go ahead and let you guys go. And thanks for having me up here again, David. I almost said Daniel.
You're not the first.
Right.
Yeah, it's the DA. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
I have a brother
Okay.
his name's David too. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Judy was asking what the final count was, and Gina provided it for her. It was 78, and I really, really wish it had been more.
Well, you do what you can,
Exactly. And as I said, there will be more that were not counted because the yarn that I was provided came a little late in the process, like the day before the contest ended.
Right.
And I received that yarn for the specific purpose of creating output samples for some of my patterns. Okay. Oh, hey, Melanie Titus. Oh, no. Okay. She said she was leaving. I'm sorry. I always hate to see people leave, even when they have to. It's okay. So, I wanted to do over 100. I feel disappointed, but at the same time, I know that that's my way. I tend to make unrealistic goals for myself. So, and I also know that even if it's one hat, they'll be happy to receive it. So, stop me.
Yeah, well, keep trying.
I know.
Positive affirmation, David.
Oh,
Little
yeah.
app helps. You did fantastic. And you need
Actually, I think I did. I hope that they will be pleased because I have a wide variety of patterns,
They
yarns,
will be ecstatic. Don't worry about it.
and I hope so. I really do. I would be. Well, even if they're not ecstatic, they won't tell me that they're not. But I think that it's beautiful. But I am eternally grateful for Gina. Oh, hey, Marie Chavez. I didn't see you come in. Gina has sponsored the postage for all of the giveaways for today, which includes the package to Hat Not Hate, which is going to be about $38, plus
Yay, Gina!
a few other people, a few other things, because I've got, I've done a few. Have I given away everything I intended to? Let me see. Ooh, I have not given this away. This is the lacy corner to corner shawl, the design sample that I made. It's not exactly to spec with the pattern, but you know what? It's still, I think it's pretty. I learned from creating this design sample. I am in love with these colors. When I posted this on Instagram, I told about what the Lion Brand colorway was, but I can't remember it right now. So, what are we gonna do? Okay, what are we gonna do? I'm gonna have another contest. So, as soon as I wake up my keyboard, okay, now, I don't even see the comment there. Okay, there we go. Now, guess something between 1 and 20. And the winner of that gets the C2C triangle shawl. Oh! Jane is here! Hooray!
Oh, forgot the... You checked the... Okay, now there's no echo. How are you?
I'm good. I'm paying attention to the chat because I just started one of those guess the right number things.
I didn't put a number.
Well, what's your guess then between 1 and 20?
15.
Not the right number. Okay.
Can I do it again? Can I do it again? Just kidding.
Actually, somebody did guess the right number, so I'm gonna.
I was like, why is your lips not moving right? It's because I'm watching you on YouTube. It doesn't match with the, you know.
Okay, the correct number was 11. And the first person who entered 11 was our dear friend Julie Chafimaza.
Ooh.
So Julie, please email me with delivery information and I will send this out to you. So...
You're so proper, Dave. You're so proper. I love it.
Was that the C2C?
That's me.
I'm on your Instagram right now. Which one?
Which one
was it?
This was the triangular one, not the one I posted today. It was probably a week ago.
Show it to me again so I can match the picture here.
Here it is. And actually, Fiber Spider did a tutorial for this pattern, and he posted it just yesterday, for which I am eternally grateful.
Totally not new shawl yet, unnamed, and You didn't post.
No, there was another one that was unnamed.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the colorway. There's a couple of pictures.
Okay. You know,
Pattern. Now on Ravelry.
Okay. Julie is excited. Yeah.
I can't see you naming the colorway on them. Oh no, but no.
On this one? Oh.
Like green and brown and orange and purple.
No. I think I would probably have named the colorway when I posted the picture of that, but I don't know for sure. In any case, it works with any kind of a self-striping yarn, like a Lion Brand mandala or a Lion Brand ombre or mandala ombre. A Lion Brand mandala tweed works. I am especially fond of Lion Brand mandala variations, as you might have discerned.
Yeah, but yeah, you mentioned mandala ombre, but not the actual colorway.
Okay.
That's true.
But if you have the,
I can live with that failure.
Well, it's not a failure. I mean, if the striping works the same for all colorways, it doesn't matter. Pick what you like and do it.
Exactly, it works great, and in fact, when Fiber Spider did it, he did it with a Karen skinny cake, and he did it with a smaller hook, so it wound up being a little more dense because of the smaller hook in his sample, and he used the entire cake, and it was really quite beautiful in his sample as well.
Yeah, Melissa thinks it's pixie dust, but she's not sure because she threw the band away.
I have it somewhere, but I can't be bothered to go looking for that band right now.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
I was the only one that would say that. Yeah, I'm too tired.
Yeah, exactly. Do what you want. This is just basic. Every one of my patterns is really very, very simple. That is my intention. And just do whatever you want. If you want to use a different yarn weight, do what you want.
And what
the yarn wants you to do
what you can afford,
and
as
follow
well.
what the spirit leads you.
Okay, say that again, Jane.
And also is what you can afford. If you can't afford mandala, you can substitute for something else that you can afford.
Exactly.
It's not if it's not this bougie yarn, you can't have it. You can't make it. And
I think everything that I do in like a self-striping or a variegated yarn would work perfectly well with a solid color yarn. And there are some really good store brand solid color yarns that are quite inexpensive. So there are lots of options out there.
Hey Dave, while I'm talking to you, I'm making American Brazilian food. This is the secret ingredient.
What is that then, Jane?
This is a mix that we make with garlic and this and that, the other onion, pepper, whatever.
Next time I visit the DFW area, I'm coming to your house for dinner, like every night or something. Melissa threatens to go and purchase some of my patterns. And I say, go ahead, Melissa, buy them all.
You're gonna like it. And somebody gave me a pattern from David, and I really like it. And it's well written. It has enough information for you to do the thing, but it's not overwhelming amount of information that will confuse you. To me, that's a
That is,
perfect pattern.
I mean, I've said this before. That is always my intention. I used to do business writing, where I would be the guy who basically was the liaison between the technical team and the business team, and I had to write requirements documents that people on both sides would understand. Um, so it's always my goal to make things extremely clear, and sometimes I overdo it. Sometimes I make things a little more muddy when my intention is to make them more clear. But I try to, get those things out. But my that's why all of my patterns, honestly, they're really pretty simple. And I see a lot of patterns out there. Um, People I really respect in the crochet world, but a lot of the patterns, they just seem so arbitrary. Throw this stitch in and then throw that stitch in, and it's like they fell down and hit their head on a stitch dictionary or something.
What I hate is, let's say, I shouldn't use the word hate because it's not a hate. It's just annoying. Let's say, I always think that a pattern should say that is a beginner, intermediate, or advanced. If you're advanced, there's an advanced pattern. You don't need to explain all the details of the stitches over and over and over and over and over and over. You might put it in a little side note in the bottom, let's say how to make a star stitch. But you just put a star stitch. And if you're advanced, you should know, or you just can, but some people
Get up on YouTube.
Yeah, but some people put so much information that you lose where you are in the pattern, and then by the time you figure it out, you got a frog half of it. So or they give the information too late in the pattern, and you're like, that would
Yeah.
15 rows ago.
What I try to do, I assume a certain level of knowledge with, your basic stitches: single crochet, half double, double crochet, triple crochet. If I'm doing something more complex than that, I even assume a knowledge of front post and back post of crochets, whether it's double or triple. But if I'm doing something a little more complex than that, I do try to explain it. I'm going to say, this is what a puff stitch means in this pattern. It doesn't mean the same thing in everybody's patterns. This is what it means for this pattern. Or this is what, some other stitch means for this pattern. Or often what I try to do, if there's a particular sequence of stitches that repeats again and again and again, I try to make a module out of it and name it. Because that's what I did when I was in technology in the corporate world. You make a module, you name it, and you say, you're going to do this this fan stitch sequence, and then you're going to do a front post double crochet, and then you're going to do this cluster stitch sequence. But when I do that, I try to define all of those sequences beforehand, so that people understand. And honestly, in testing, I have gotten some questions about clarity, which were completely understandable. And once I rework the wording, it comes out a lot better. But as far as the published patterns, the only criticisms that I have ever gotten were, honestly, the only criticism I have ever gotten about a published pattern was that I needed to insert a line space between steps.
That was it? No, not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you an example of a very bad written pattern or patterns. I do not know if you guys know that company Drops. They sell Scandinavian yarn and pattern. They have tons of um, design. Have you seen that company?
Oh,
Which
drop
one?
patterns are horrible.
So I was contacted.
Absolutely horrendous.
I was contacted to translate to Portuguese. In fact, the whole team that teaches the pattern, that translate the pattern of the stitches and little information that is on their site. I did translate. That's all I translated, and the rest I said no. So the reason that is a horrible, horrible, horrible thing is because they want the words translated, but not the meaning. For instance, I got into a fiasco with them, and I said I couldn't work with them, and they were paying pretty good because, let's say, stocknet, you knit, you just do knit. That's a stocknet stitch. So if you're gonna do 20 rows in stocknet, so you say work from X to X in stocknet. When you get to, let's say, from 25 to 50, you're going to work on stocknet. And then you go 51, then you give the information you need. Because all you're going to do is work on knit stitch. So I said, can we just do that instead of going knit to the end, knit to the end, knit to the end 25 times? And they said, no, it has to be verbatim. I said, but sometimes what you guys are saying does not make sense in somebody else's language. And
it probably doesn't make sense in the original language in that case. Melissa just bought one of my patterns, so thank you very much, Melissa.
I love it.
So yeah.
That was my problem, and then I said I didn't want to work with them. And
hey, Andrea's back. Hey, Gwenny Square.
Gwenny! She likes it.
Okay. So Nightbot just posted my Linktree page where you can see all of my links, which includes the patterns on Ravelry, the merch on Etsy, the 3 blogs, all of my also, as well as my YouTube channel, which of course you know if you're here already, and a link specific to my Hunger Project pattern book, and a few other links as well for ways that you can support me. And I just also added a thing about my Ravelry link as well, because I've got a bunch of patterns there, and I'm always working on adding more patterns. Because I'm all about the self-promotion. That's what I'm here for.
Good for you.
Nobody else is going to volunteer to do it for you.
Exactly. And you know what? I just have to say it. People sometimes, they take offense or they just get ornery about it, and I'm going, this is not a tea party, this is the internet. You know? We're doing our
stuff. They say in Portuguese, they say that YouTube is a fair. Everybody, a street fair, and everybody's selling their own fish. So people are, you got to sell your fish. It's up to whoever wants to buy. So
exactly.
Sell your fish.
And you know, I know that there are people who say they like my work. So here's where you can find my work. And you know, nobody works for free except for me, apparently.
You made me laugh, Dave.
No, well, actually, it's getting less and less free. I'm I actually got my first Google AdSense payment, which was it was okay, but you know, it was not in the thousands by any.
Don't know the amount because you can lose your this perk if you give an amount. I don't know if you know that.
Okay, I'm missing what you're saying, Jane.
You shouldn't say the amount you get because
I
then you
will
can
never
lose
say the
everything.
amount that I get. I'm
For
not
you
about
to know
numbers.
and for nobody to find out.
Yeah, and in fact, I have heard it said I have heard it said that YouTube actually frowns upon talking about actual numbers, although I see people
Yeah.
talking about actual numbers. But I would never talk about actual numbers. That would be the same as talking about salaries in a corporate world, which
Yes.
is stupid. So I think that as I mentioned, I got my first Google AdSense payment.
No breakfast.
I'm not exactly displeased with it, but I would like to see it grow in the future. And that's really all I need to say about it. So, and I have Google AdSense hooked up to my YouTube channel and 2 of my 3 blogs. One of which is the crochet blog, which is called, not surprisingly, Bearded Yarn Dudes. Although I need to add more content to the blog, I haven't added anything lately.
You have an Etsy store, don't you?
I do have an Etsy store where I have merch. Okay, Melissa asks, what is Google Essence? It's Google AdSense. ADSENC. SENSE. It's the advertising side of Google, really. Where if you have a blog through Blogger, if you have YouTube, if you have any other kind of Google kind of site, you can sign up for various advertising privileges. If you go to any of my blogs, one of which is, okay, I'm gonna have to link it now.
Like, oh, they
Yummy, yummy, yummy.
make your mouth water.
Yeah, if you go to my crochet blog or my opera blog, you will see Google ads there. And just from looking at those ads, that's good. If you click on the ads, that's even better. And honestly, I know that even before I was monetized, I heard that they were putting ads on my videos. And I try to tell people, if you watch the video to the end, the evil advertiser has to pay more. And you lose maybe a minute or 2. And I gain a few cents. So, yeah, if you watch the advertisement to the end, the evil advertiser has to pay more. If you watch my video to the end, then it looks like a full, it looks good to YouTube for their algorithm. If you click like, it looks good to the YouTube algorithm. If you are subscribed, it looks good to the YouTube algorithm. If you click the notification bell, it looks good to the YouTube algorithm. And I'm going to take a deep breath and not do any more self-promotion for at least 60 seconds.
I'm sorry, Dave, but I had to laugh when you say something like that. This is so cute.
Well, yeah, it's what it's about. It honestly is.
It is. It is. If you.
I honestly, in addition to the whole money thing, I meet so many amazing people through YouTube, including the people who are here. And that's if it was all about the money, I would have given up long ago.
Your commercials for me is in Portuguese.
Really?
Yeah, they're all targeted.
Yeah, because my account says I'm located in Brazil, so it's in Portuguese.
It's funny. I sometimes get ads in. Yeah, I sometimes get ads in Spanish. I sometimes get ads in German, which I think is hysterical because I have very limited Spanish. I have a little bit of German, having lived there very briefly. But
I used to get ads in French, and I do nothing in French on my computer. I don't even speak French unless I'm on the phone with my dad.
I was upset by your settings on your YouTube. Sorry about the noise. I thought the commercials were set depending on what your setting is. Your language is in Portuguese. Like my language is in Portuguese in this channel.
Well, that's the whole Google, Facebook thing where it's context-sensitive advertising in theory, although I don't know how that explains some of the advertisements that I get, because some of them are highly offensive to me. But at the same time, Jane, you get advertisements in Portuguese, whatever the intention or the content is, or the sponsor. It's because they know that you speak Portuguese and come from Brazil. They probably know what you had for breakfast yesterday and what you're going to have for dinner tomorrow.
They watch everything.
Exactly. So yeah, I've had that many times where I would look up. I would do one single online search, look at one specific consumer-related website for whatever it was, and for weeks or months, I would still get ads for that specific content.
Like in Brazil, we don't have the same, protections like here on the internet. So if you're talking to me, let's say we're talking this afternoon about stove tops and fridge and appliances, all of a sudden you look on the internet and that's all there is. And because they don't have the same protection we do here, so it's kind of disturbing, to know that if you talk to me about something, so it means I wonder if other country people really listen to their other people's conversation for this purpose,
People say that the technology is there to listen to your conversations through your smartphones or your Alexa or your Google, whatever the Google device is, and based on what you say, to provide you with context-specific advertisements.
Do you have one of those Google Homes or Alexa?
Well, actually, I do have an Alexa, but it's unplugged right now because it was basically getting in the way. I have found it useful, and I have found it annoying. Both.
I have a Google Home, and my husband says he got it for me when I lost my vision, but I don't use the thing at full potential.
I used to be on work calls, on conference calls for work when I was working, and when I was working from home, I would always be working at the kitchen table, and that was where the Alexa was, and Alexa would pick up something I had said, and it would always be pretty amusing because it was totally wrong and totally not what I wanted. So I would have to say, Alexa, stop.
I think I'm going to ask my husband to set the Google in Portuguese to see if it's any better. Because sometimes I say one thing and the thing understands something else. So I was like, I wonder if it is in my own language, if it would work. But I doubt it.
I think that would be worth an experiment to see whether it actually works.
True. I still would like to do everything written by hand, everything very old fashioned. That's me, unfortunately.
Roseanne is saying Alexa is annoying and she needs Alexa to clean the toilets. You also need Alexa to run the vacuum and, pick up all the dirty clothes and
I would love Google
do the dusting and clean the kitchen and wash the dishes. If Alexa did that, I would be perfectly fine.
If Google folded my laundry and did all that, he would have been my best friend. My Google is a he, by the way. I don't like the female voice.
Well, yeah, I at least on my Siri, I set it as a male voice. I think it was Australian, or it might have been British because I'm a big old Anglophile, which should surprise no one. Hey Joyce, are you just coming? Are you just joining us, Joyce? That's hard to say.
With Gary's voice.
Say that again.
I want a digital assistant with Gary's voice from Urban Yarns.
I like Gary, and I like his voice too.
What about the guy from Food Wishes, huh?
Food Wishes?
He has a nice voice too.
I love Food Wishes. I think he's great. What's his name? Oh, I wish Chef John something or other. But I love Food Wishes. I think everyone should look up the channel Food Wishes.
Even if you don't want to cook, just listen to the man. Totally worth it. Are you guys the same way as me? You have to clean every single container and reuse it. Are you that frugal?
I try to reuse things. I try to clean things before I put them in the recycling bin also. Because I know that, honestly, I saw a video that was very discouraging about recycling because there's so much that
detail that people don't
just gets there's so much that just gets rejected that they cannot recycle from. So there are those who would say you're not any worse off if you just throw everything in the landfill.
You can use these to put your yarn, make a hole here. You can put the cat food in here. You can put cat litter here. You can.
Well, that's a pretty good reuse, definitely.
Groceries like rice, beans, and what does it come in here? Chicharrones. I love pork rind. I'm sorry, swine lovers. I like pork rinds.
Melissa is talking about a service where you can get a celebrity voice on your Alexa. What is the name of that service that I only just recently heard about? Where you can get a personal greeting from a celebrity. And more often than not, there are celebrities who are not like A-list today, but people you remember. But
my husband, when he got CGIX, is the GPS. At that time, there was an option to get Homer Simpson voice, and I regretted not getting it. Because I would like when you make the wrong turn, he would go, "Oh!" Would it be so cool?
That would just drive me crazy, actually.
Like Homer.
Come on, Rosanne Asta. Roseanne was saying, imagine the Québécois voice for Google or Alexa. Qu'est-ce que tu veux, là?
Oh, gosh. I would not be surprised to learn that they have such a thing, both a Parisian French and a Quebecois French.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux?
I want to learn French so bad. It's disgusting how
I had 4 semesters of French in college, and I have forgotten all of it, and I would not try to speak even a phrase in French in front of a French speaker now.
Have you seen that video that always show words that is very similar, like pen, and the pen you write with and the pan that you cook with, you know, like very similar. So there was a little kitty cat. So they were saying the wall. So
yes, Ivy, 78.
And they were saying something murmur and murmur. So in the end, the cat knew French because everything they said in French sounded alike. So the kitty cat was like murmur. It was the cutest thing. I do not know if you've seen this video.
Well, I think animals understand inflection and perhaps like hard sounds and that sort of thing rather than subtleties. So now I'm trying to find something. There is a channel when you do the YouTube app on your phone. There's no avoiding TikTok. And there's a series of TikTok videos about language that I think are fascinating and hysterical. And of course, now that I want to find it, I can't.
It figures.
Of course.
I don't have Facebook. What's the name? YouTube on my channel.
On your phone?
On my phone. I'm sorry. I just have. I want to keep my phone as much as a phone as I can get. I'm old-fashioned. I'm sorry.
It's probably the biggest reason that I don't sleep at night. But then on the other hand, if I didn't have it, I would just lie there and my mind would race, and God only knows where it would go then.
Would wonder.
All right,
okay, here we go.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I just heat it.
Okay. I'm going to enter the guy's name. And of course, I need to wait for my swear word keyboard to wake up again, because I have an external keyboard, because my internal keyboard is swear word, because I spilled stuff on it. Okay, I just entered the name of the channel for the guy. He's on TikTok and YouTube, and he does hilarious things about language, and I have always thought that language was, well, pretty much hilarious.
You know what, Dave?
Yeah?
Just popped in my mind. Maybe next time you come over around here, we can go look for a dog at the rescue, the rock wall.
Well, do you know my friend who is very active with Rockwall Pet Rescue? He is always doing short-term fosters for those dogs. I think he's done like 75 short-term fosters or more. I don't know how many it is now.
How fantastic would it be, you and me looking for a dog?
And he's also been, he has worked on some of those transports. They work very actively with rescue organizations in other states. They transport the rescue dogs that they find in the North Texas area around Dallas, where apparently there is a surplus of stray dogs, and they transport them to northern states where those dogs are more likely to be adopted. And he drives. They have actually they have sponsored vans that they drive up to those events.
Have you seen those buses that get tons of dogs, and then people in line, and they choose the right dog for the right person?
I have seen that sort of thing. Yeah, I think that's a wonderful thing. Whatever the scale is, whether it's a bus, whether it's a van, whether it's an SUV with a couple of dog crates in the back. Whatever it is, I think it's a wonderful thing. So my friend does this, and I don't know where he gets the energy. He has 2 dogs and a cat at home. The dogs were originally rescues that he fostered, that he could not part with. The cat, he says, one of the dogs brought the cat home, and it was like, I found it, and can we keep it?
Like a kid, Mom, look what I found.
Exactly. So that's how he has the cat now. But he in the past year since I left, it was like it was a year ago that I left Dallas, and he since then he has moved into an entire house of his own. So he has room for the 2 dogs and a cat and whatever other fosters he brings in. He's had some pretty naughty fosters. There was one that actually gnawed through a metal cage. And then once he gnawed through the metal cage, he gnawed through the carpet that was below the metal cage. So, and this was in a rental apartment, so there were consequences.
Deposits were not returned.
Well, actually, he was very fortunate because he learned that whether it was because of the time he had been there or how many other people had been there in the same place before him, they would have replaced the carpet after he moved out anyway. So he got lucky that way. What you got there, Jane?
CBD oil.
An honorable landlord? Really?
Sorry?
An honorable landlord? Really?
Well, honestly, in Texas, in Dallas, in those places where there is a huge transient population, someone like him who pays his rent every month.
They work with you.
Yeah, exactly. So, and they get a lot of people who don't.
And here, I'm not sure it's because humidity or whatever is the reason. So they just put carpet here when I moved. But if I move out, they would just repaint the whole apartment and change the floor. Maybe not the linoleum on the kitchen and the bathroom, but they would change the carpet through the whole area.
Exactly.
They don't use expensive carpet for that reason.
And actually, it was not. I was there, 8 or 9 months staying with him. I was grateful for that time. My intention was to move to Dallas to stay permanently, but that did not work out. Sometimes I wish I had stayed there permanently. Yeah, where he lived, it was not a bad place, and it was not a posh place, but it was, you know, a reasonable middle class place, and there were they made allowances because he was a good tenant. It was close to the medical area in Dallas, and so they had apartments that they pretty much gave away or donated as lodging for people who were there for long-term medical reasons. So occasionally we would hear people delirious, screaming in the hall because of whatever the medication there was.
Oh, Lord.
But
right in the middle of the night, he screamed.
in the end, that was okay.
That would be a deal breaker for me.
Well,
Screaming.
you know what? It was upsetting at the time. In retrospect, not all that bad.
Yeah.
It was okay. So the way it worked out was basically that he actually wound up having the funds to buy a starter home for himself and his dogs. So the dogs have like a yard to play in, and he has room and freedom and independence and stuff. So I miss living in Dallas, but honestly, it has been.
You would have hated now because, let's say, an apartment, 1 bedroom, 700 square feet, maybe 600 square feet.
Well, actually,
1,400.
Yeah, the thing was, I mean, and still is. I mean, in all honesty, I have been pretty much disabled for several years, and it's only been in the past year that I've even tried to claim disability. And I still haven't got it. So, when I was with him, the people I'm working with seem to think I will, because they would probably give up the case if we didn't. Because they would get a commission if I did, and they would get nothing if I don't. But at that time, it was difficult because I tried to make a living. I tried to be independent. I tried to do a lot of different things, and he didn't quite understand what I was going through, and so it was. I don't fault him in any way, although I could if I wanted to. But it just didn't work out all that well. I do miss being in Dallas. Being in Dallas was great. Living with my friend, not all that great. Although,
I don't know about you. I think if I had to live with somebody, except my husband, would be leaving hell. I like to have my own space. I always did. So I would prefer to be on the all paid bills that is pretty bad over here than live with somebody. I'm not sure. Maybe life didn't toss this curveball at me yet. So yeah, it could happen, right?
And you know, it's always inconvenient. I'm waiting to hear on disability. I don't have a certain income. I have a tiny allowance from my mother's estate, but that's going to run out at some point. So I have a tiny income, which is why I'm sometimes, begging for money on YouTube. And I hate to do that, but, you got to do what you got to do.
That's what it is, right?
But, I right now my situation is I'm living with my sister in our late mother's house. If I understand correctly, my sister has my complete ownership of the house now, and I only have, a tiny bit of money that is being doled out in this monthly allowance, which will run out. So I need to be doing something. And
How long have you been waiting for disability?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long ago did you apply for disability?
It was a year ago this month.
Yeah, it took me about 2 years to get it. But then when I was accepted, they did the retro pay.
That is my understanding, that there will be once the acceptance occurs, there will be a retroactive payment. And I'm okay with that. I'll take a lump sum if you're going to give it to me. I'm not going to spend it all at one place, but but right now I'm living with my sister. I'm giving her a pittance for room and board. But at the same time, I sort of feel like she needs me too, because she has her own physical issues. She's on disability already, because of work-related back injuries. She was a nurse for many years.
If I had
Sorry?
to leave, I take that back, because if I had to leave with my brothers, it would be fun. Not fun, haha. I have to, but my brothers and I, we are so tight. We understand each other, so I think it wouldn't be a good thing. I do not know if I would be able to live with anybody else out there, but if it was my brothers,
I sort of wish that dynamic were here. It's moving a little bit in that direction, but it's still in that place where...
All right, Danielle, I'm going to drop off the panel. I'm going to let you run on mute for your time, so you can keep giving you time. I'm going to go visit. There's both Petra and Jill that are on live, so I'm going to pop on there and say hello. All right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, Petra started at 4:30, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to let you run on mute to give you your time, and I'm just going to go see them as well.
Well, actually, honestly, my intention was really only to be on here for about 4 hours, maybe a little longer. So I'll probably stay on until about 5, and then I will get some food, because food is the most important thing.
Exactly, but I'll leave you running, and you'll get your viewing time. So. Well, that's
a very good thing. Yeah.
I'll just put you on mute, and it still counts. So.
Exactly.
All right. See you later. Thank you for having me on the panel.
It's nice to meet you.
Oh, God. Anyway, yeah. Okay. I have not been paying attention to the chat, and I'm very sorry for anybody whom I have missed. That I always do that. I always miss people, and then people get hurt or something, and I can't fix it. I can only do what I can do, and I can only be me. And that's pretty much it.
That's why I like you, because you're you.
That's a lovely thing to say. That's why I like you too. Oh, Carrie. Wow, I didn't realize you were still here, Carrie. Julie is leaving us to go get supper.
Mine starts smelling good, so yay. Making you hungry? Not yay.
So let's see, what time is it? It's 4:39 right now. I think when we get to 5, I might close up shop. I did not intend this to be one of my 8-hour live streams. So at about 5 o'clock, we'll probably close up shop.
When are you gonna do a 20 again?
I've never done a 20. The longest one I ever did was 10.5, and that was the very first one. And I lost 11 subscribers during that 10.5 hours. That was YouTube algorithm more than anything else. So I don't credit that. I don't think there's a direct relationship, but it's amusing to relate in that way. I have been finding I like to do holiday marathons, and I have been finding that about 8 hours is going to be my max. So my next one, let's see, this is mid-July. My next one is going to be Labor Day. I don't have one planned for August. My next one is going to be Labor Day. So we can count on that one we can hope that one will last about 8 hours. And then in October and November and December, we'll try to figure out something else. December is my birthday, so it might be a birthday live. Let me just figure out what day of the week my birthday is going to fall on this year.
For you guys watching, I have to, in case you wonder why I have to smell everything. This is lemongrass.
Okay, this year my birthday falls on a Wednesday. So, my Wednesday free-for-all will be a very special Wednesday free-for-all that day, and it's December 8th. Feast of the Immaculate Conception. I once had a roommate who would say, back when I was very heavy, he would say, well, I believe the feast part, but I don't know about the immaculate part.
I gotta make some of those tea bags and send some lemongrass for you.
Lemongrass?
Yeah, because I dehydrate. I have the plant, and then I dehydrate and then put it into containers to make tea. You can buy in a health food store the lemongrass clips, but I say, why'd you buy if you can grow? But I guess up north you can't grow the darn thing because it's not warm enough, I guess.
Oh, this is perfectly lovely. People are buying my patterns. Thank you, people, for buying my patterns. I love you all. Thank you so much. I keep getting all these lovely notifications. And I cannot fail to thank Gina again for sponsoring all the postage costs for the Have Not Hate package that goes to New Jersey, and all of the other packages from today, which includes this and this. So thank you so much for to Gina Barnett. Okay.
Is Gina the lady that was here with us?
Well, Gina was here, Gina Barnett. I think she did have to leave at one point.
But
again, it's hard to keep up.
There you go, Dave. I told you not to be behind me. Tails were stepped on.
Oh, there you go.
It has to be right behind me.
Oh, Melissa says she can't wait to make the Alicia pattern that she got today. Wonderful. Let me know if you have any questions, Alicia.
That's the one I got. I thought it was so bada bing, bada boom, and addicting. If you don't you ought to get one.
I have been pleasantly surprised at how well the Alicia shawl has been selling. And in fact, all of my shawls and wraps tend to do better than any other patterns. So that's where I'm focusing my attention, on new shawls and new wraps.
Yeah. But you write them so well. And you go over, you just give the information that is needed. Instead of, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think you're talking about, the ability to write it as a pattern. And not everybody does that well. I like to think that I can do it reasonably well. And I like to think that that comes partially from my background as a business writer, where my job was to write so that I was clear to everybody who was going to read me. Chameleon yarn. Roseanne talks about the chameleon yarn. I don't know the chameleon yarn personally, so I really cannot make any suggestions about it.
I was on Froggy's Life the other day, and we were talking about you.
Oh.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And we were all agreeing that you have the perfect voice to be the narrator for pattern. And I don't know if you thought more about that, to read for the vision impaired community, the pattern. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, remember we talked about it in your live stream?
We did sort of talk about that. In fact, we should probably, if this is a real possibility, we should probably talk offline about ways we could make that work, so that I could narrate patterns for visually impaired people, if that is a correct term nowadays. You never know anymore. So that yeah, let's talk about that offline.
Yeah, I'll send you my phone number so you can give me a. Just for me, it's easier than reading email or text.
Mm-hmm.
My husband was looking into buy a program that reads for me, and he almost fainted.
No, what's the program?
There's a device that reads for me, and he's like, the price was astronomical.
I'm quite sure that the prices are quite high. But there are probably workarounds that cost a lot less.
Yeah, and Blind Stitch would love to. she would also love to try. She has her vision impairment is worse than mine, so it would be good to try with a different level of impairment. We can do one pattern and see how it goes.
I think that's a very good idea. You were also talking about creating Portuguese translations of my patterns, which I think would be
Alicia
fantastic.
and see how it goes. I think, but I can't do it until after my treatment. I have to go
understand.
to the doctor every day.
Yeah.
It's annoying as heck, but
well, if the treatment itself is helping, then it's worth the trouble.
Yeah. So, so we have to. It is so annoying because I have to wait for my ride. The ride come here and they take me and then bring me back, and it's. I don't want to lose my driving privilege, but I think my driving privileges have its days count down. It's in countdown for sure. When I go to the doctor, either he got to put it on my driver's license that I'm legally blind at night, or I'm going to have to keep on trying to drive. The problem is that I found out a couple weeks ago is that some states, if the doctor say you're legally blind at night, means that you cannot drive at night, they will also take your ability to drive during the day. So they will not give you a driver's license at all. So then there goes my driving privilege. Even like to go to the grocery store that is close by a mile away or something, I would have had to go with somebody. So, but the blind community, they have transportation that doesn't cost anything for people that have. So in one way, it would be said that I have to schedule my rides, but on the other way, I get the rides for free. It's not like I'm paying Uber.
Is that through a particular organization, or just people doing it? Organizing it.
I'm not sure if it is the Blind Association or Vision Impaired Association. They have several locations and they help you with that. I'm learning a lot with the vision impaired. Things that if I only knew that when I was totally blind, it would be so much easier.
Yeah, that whole woulda, shoulda, coulda thing.
Yeah, we can't change.
Yeah,
so
I hate that.
I think it's almost time of that you're gonna go, so I'm gonna let you go so you can talk to your folks.
Oh, I have a few more minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
I got a very nice yarn to make Alicia, and it has a little shimmer. So as soon as I'm done, I'm gonna have to send you a photo.
I would love to see a photo.
And I was thinking to put beads on it because now I'm addicted to beads. In fact, I learned crochet with beads from the get-go because I used to make jewelry. But I like to put it on the shelf,
Okay.
I can't see the chat.
Apparently there's something I missed. Maybe it was about a yarn that smelled or something. I don't understand. But, it was a yarn that I don't have experience with.
Here. Well, all you do, you just get your yarn and you put it in with shampoo and a half a cup of vinegar and let it soak for a little bit. I got yarn from people that smoke and I can't handle the smell. And that's what I did. You just soak it. And then you're not going to agitate. You're just going to press. In fact, Let's see if I have it here. You know those things, like those things here that comes into bags?
We call those
come
onions.
This is oranges.
Oh, mandarin oranges. I love those.
This thing, you know, this thing.
Oh, that kind of net thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you put in, some of them is like a tube. So you put it in a tube and you just press. Then you rinse, don't put a lot of shampoo, if not, you're going to be pressing that forever. Then you get warm water, put some conditioner, and, you know, until the conditioner dissolves.
Yeah.
And you let it soak for about 20 minutes and you let it hang. You're going to...
They sell laundry bags that are made of material like that.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm sure it's probably too much. But you could use it in your washing machine.
I would use everything. I'm not sure if I'm a hoarder or if my husband says I'm a hoarder. So
Husbands always say that, don't they?
So what I do this. See, I unravel the whole thing. I don't have one of those fancy things, but then I hang to dry. And I think the best shampoo, it was a VO5. Take any kind of smell, and it's cheap as $1. And I like the Cherry Blossom Suave conditioner. It makes any fiber very, very soft. And you can do this if your yarn is stored like for 15 years and you keep buying more, but then one day you want to use the retro yarn, or if you get a lot of retro yarn, you can do the same thing.
So I have something that I made out of 100% wool, but it's a tiny bit harsh. Not harsh like Red Heart Super Saver, but still, it could be smoother. So people are telling me I should soak it in like a solution with a tiny bit of like fabric softener or a tiny bit of hair conditioner or something like that to make it softer.
The conditioner is better because the fiber is like hair, right? If it works in your hair and the conditioner doesn't work as well, it has almost the same properties as the conditioner, but not quite the same. All you gotta remember, if it is natural fiber, do not agitate or you're gonna have a ball. A little ball of something.
Exactly, yeah. That's why I want to be careful with it, because it is a natural fiber, and I do think it is 100% wool.
This one was a little stiff, but look at how it is now.
Now, what do you do with acrylic yarn that is like really, really awful and harsh and the kind of stuff that gives acrylic a bad name?
I do the same.
Really?
It does
Oops.
Oh, dinner served.
Yum.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
What a nice sister. So just invest on some of those that I cannot say, because every time I say it come up a cuss word. This kind of hooks, and then you just hook somewhere, and then you just leave it there. And like let's say Red Heart, like a Super Saver. I already soaked the whole Super Saver from 1980s, and I didn't unravel. I just got a chunk of the yarn and then let it drain like that. So took me. You gotta be in a warm day, or you gotta put a fan so that if you're not gonna take your yarn apart, the skein apart, you get more airy. So you gotta put it in a place that is hot and you're gonna dry fast. If you're not gonna get moldy in the middle.
Now, would you recommend doing that before you work with it or after you create a garment with it?
I do it before because I don't like to feel harsh yarn. I want to feel soft. And plus, if your yarn is too stiff, when you crochet or knit, your item gonna be stiff and it's not gonna have the same when you put on, it's gonna be like it was starched, right? So instead of being the natural look. So this way it's already washed. It feels soft. It feels good in your hand. You know exactly what it's going to look like. At least I think so.
I would agree.
washed a lot of yarn. I washed, me and my dead people yarn. I wash a lot of dead people yarn like this, and it really works. Really, really works.
I have actually never washed yarn before I have used it. I've washed garments after working with the yarn. So I think that's something I need to learn.
So I always save the things, those mesh. Sometimes garlic ones. The garlic comes in that little thing. That is really good to hold your yarn together, even when you're crocheting. I think I had one here that I have no idea what I purchased, but was so huge. I probably I don't know that good. That's what I do. I just try to reuse and turn off the light.
I'm certainly not one to say no to the scent of garlic.
I love garlic.
Mm.
If I didn't like garlic, I wouldn't be a Brazilian, right?
It's wonderful how you find garlic in just about every cuisine around the world. Every nationality of cooking.
Yeah, there, Google doesn't want to turn off the light.
Hey, Google.
I complain about Google all the time. Yeah, I think it's because the garlic is easy to grow. It grows in not easy for anybody, but I'm saying for the people that grow things. I think it's easy. Anywho, I finished washing the dishes, talk to you a little bit, but my back is screaming, so I have to sit down. If I sit down here, you're just going to talk with the top of my head. I don't think that would be nice. But then you would have recognized me from any angle, right?
I would always recognize your voice. But I have loved having you up here, and thank you so much for joining us.
No, thanks for having me. And I'll talk to you next live stream.
Thank you so much. And actually, I have to say I've probably accomplished everything that I wanted to do in this live stream, so I might just call it quits at 4 hours rather than 8. So there you go, because
you sold your fish.
I sewed my fish. I'm not in the habit of sewing fish. Is that something I should learn?
You sold your fish.
I think I know what you probably mean.
Foreigners and pain doesn't go together. It's the fair. Sell your fish. So you sold your Wait a minute. Am I saying right? What did I do? No, I'm confused.
No.
What is past tense of sell?
It doesn't matter. I live confused, so it's okay.
I said it right. Sold your fish. Instead of my pronunciation was like SEW instead of SOLD, right?
Something like that, probably. I don't know.
I have an accent, David.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's very subtle, but I do have it.
Subtle with a capital T, maybe.
Yeah, very subtle. It's a hint. And it's not a Brazilian accent, because if you get another Brazilian, I don't have the same accent. I have no idea what happened.
If I ever get back to Dallas, I want to go with you to this one I think it was a combination. What was it? Salvadoran and Mexican restaurant that I used to go to. I think it was on Cedar Spring Road, but it was just amazing. So we have to go there and have fun.
Have you been to the Café Brazil in downtown Dallas?
No, I regret that I have not.
They have 2 restaurants. I've never been to any of them because they charge per head. They don't charge for what you can eat. They charge like a big chunk and you eat until you pass out. Right?
Sounds like a churrascaria, right?
Yeah, so majority of it. So you have the little thing, green, keep bringing the food, red, stop, we're about to burst. But
yep.
A lot of people that went with me to churrascarias didn't know is that when somebody, the gaucho, comes and cut whatever the heck he's serving, he's just going to give you a little bit because another gaucho is bringing something else. I do not know why I say gaucho. The correct word is gaucho. It's because Americans say gaucho, so I just go with the flow. So the gaucho going to bring and serve something else. So first time I took my friend, she said, this is like food attack. Food is coming from every single angle. I said, I know. So that's why you just get a little bit. But she thought, no, put some more. And then after the 5th gaucho, she's like, I can't eat that. So yeah, it's a lot of food. And the last time I went, I tried rattlesnake sausage and alligator sausage. I like the alligator sausage, tastes like turkey, but I didn't like the rattlesnake sausage. Tastes like fish.
The other way around.
No, alligator tastes like turkey. He says it's opposite. The alligator tastes like fish, and the rattlesnake like sausage.
I can't say that I have had that experience. I also cannot say that I want that experience.
Actually, I didn't want to try, but then people dare me to try, so I had to try. And it wasn't bad. It's just the idea. And I don't know where the rattlesnake eating is from. I think it's from the middle of Brazil. And the alligator. But in Florida, they eat alligator, so it looks like turkey to me in the pan. It's edible and it's decent. And the thing is, if it's done properly, you know what they say. If they just had boiled the bat.
Yeah. I once went to, when I was in Germany, I went to a restaurant that called itself Australian. And they had what they claimed was kangaroo. And I'm going, who wants to eat kangaroo?
They're so cute.
Actually, kangaroos can be quite vicious if you
but
get on their wrong side.
That's the look for me when somebody eat a rabbit. They are so adorable with these cute little eyes and those fuzzy little ears. They end up looking like chicken in a pan.
I don't know that I've ever had rabbit to eat. I would be open to it, but I just haven't. Anyway.
I'm not sure. I just know that to me, the weirdest thing in the world is to eat slugs and snails. And the French get away with murder and everybody loves it. It's just instead of calling snail, it says escargot. And then everybody, ooh, here, $50.
Yeah, for me, not so much. No, not for me. I mean, I don't even like the idea, the British will go for tongue. And I'm going, no, not for me. Give me a steak, please. Or a sausage, at least, but no tongue for me. But yeah, food is weird. You know, every country has its own expectations and stuff, and you know, stuff that we think is awful, they think is completely mundane and everyday.
Ingrid said it's like eating Bambi. No.
No. Yeah.
I agree. On top of that, Bambi does not taste good. Bambi is so sweet. First time I ate I didn't know what I was eating. I said, what you guys put in here? Maple? What is it? So sweet. Didn't like Bambi. Didn't like antelope. Didn't
Venison.
like bear.
I haven't had those things, but venison per se is not all that bad. It can be a little dry because, you know, the animal itself is not going to have a lot of fat stores. So the venison, it's going to be a little dry. But by itself, it's not that bad. I still don't seek it out. But
I cooked tongue once, and I'm going to tell you, I do not want to cook a food that is just bearing you the whole time.
No, I don't ever want to. I would be fine if I go to my grave without ever having tasted tongue.
Well, I didn't taste it, but I had to cook because I used to go to people's house and cook for a month, and it was like that thing that we make. It's almost like a TV dinner, but a healthy TV dinner. You cook, you set up. All you need to do when you come home is to put it in the oven. So you pre-make the lasagna, freeze it. So there was a tongue, and that thing is difficult because you gotta boil, take the skin, make sure it's cooked. It's tough as heck. You know, I didn't like. Plus the thing was, I was like this for me. Don't like it. Didn't like it. Other things I don't like to cook is inner parts, lungs, stomach, kidneys. I like liver, but that's where we draw the line, the liver.
So you mean dog food?
No, people like in Brazil and Bahia, where is the biggest thing. They chop everything that is inner, and they make this dish, and apparently it's delicious because everybody eats. It's just dog food in America, but in other countries people like it.
Actually, what you're describing sounds very much like scrapple, which you find in the middle Atlantic states, where whenever they whenever they butcher a pig, they take the parts that they can't really cut away, and some of the organ meats, God only knows what else, and it's probably better not
My
to
mom
know.
used to buy was the head and everything that goes inside and the blood.
So,
very traumatizing, my childhood.
oh yeah. So, scrapple is basically all the pig parts that you wouldn't serve separately, boiled up and made into a sort of a pate. I think it contains cornmeal. Honestly, if you don't know what it is, it's perfectly delicious. You would slice it up, fry it by the slice for breakfast, and have it alongside like an egg or something, or you know, if you're from the South, some grits. But then grits,
Well,
that's a totally different subject.
Angu, what they serve is angu. Angu is like a polenta, but is a creamy like grits, but not hard as polenta, but it's the same corn flour. And then the meat is chopped, so it looks like it's very chopped very little. So it's kind of like if you were having chili with ground beef.
Scrapple is
So
pork,
that's what it
liver
is.
mush is liver, never the twain shall meet.
Sorry?
Scrapple is pork, liver mush is liver,
Like which one you show me.
Of course.
That's basically what it is. That's why I don't need liver mush.
She clarified. Clarification. I like it. So it is a very typical food, and it's very famous. If you ever seen the people from Brazil, they wear turbans and white clothes. That's what they call the baianas, and they make carajé, vatapá, all those kind of things that is very hot. It's not for people. If you go to Bahia, you need to learn to eat hot food because they literally cook hot food, atomic hot.
Well, honestly, I have read that is sort of a biological need, that you need that kind of level of spice to survive, because it helps you, like, well, for one thing, it rids the food that you're eating of toxins. It rids your body of toxins to have that level of spice. I don't know the exact science of it, but
the origin of this food is the foods that the slaves used to eat. They used to get the scrap. What is all the most famous Brazilian food came from the slaves. The feijoada, the acarajé, all the things that it is fancy mentioned on a Brazilian restaurant was once upon a time what the slaves used to get, and they used to make delicious. So just got better with time. So that's what it was. So I'm not sure. I think it's like in Cambodia, Vietnam, some part of Thailand, when the war hit there, and people had nothing to eat, so they ate whatever was moving, and the traditional cuisine got lost because nobody had the money to buy anything. So that's why that's what I learned. That's why they start eating the river snails with a lot of lemongrass. That's why they start cooking other things out of necessity, and then became a habit, and people love it. So necessity. So yeah, but to me, the most shocking thing to me so far that I learned last year is that French eat horse meat. It's like, why? But another thing that I also learned, they will not butcher the horse until every single part of their horse is sold. So that's respect for the animal. So,
I mean, most of the best culinary traditions come from, like, the peasant traditions, where they had to eat whatever they could find. I mean, that's why you eat all of these obscure things in various culinary traditions. Obscure, yeah. Like, most Americans would think twice about eating snails or slugs, but in other parts of the world, that might have been the only thing they had, and they would have, tried to make something lovely out of it. And, that's how Scrapple came about, where there was just whatever was left, whatever meat was still on the bones, whatever organ meats you had, whatever you had there. So,
to buy, and then you can't afford to buy the meat, so you buy whatever the heck is the cheapest.
Well, no, I'm not Scrapple. I'm talking about manufacturing Scrapple. In the old days, it came about with whatever was still available after everything else was done, with all of the different cuts that you could do from a pig, and you could do a lot. And, it was, everybody had a pig in his garden, which I think that would probably be good nowadays.
I just know my mom used to buy what they call barrigada, that is the head and everything that goes inside, because that's the money we had to, the only thing we had that we could afford. So I know that she used to get the blood and put a whole bunch of spices. Never tried. I thought it was gross. I said, I'm not a vampire. I was young. I was 7. I said, I'm not a vampire. That's all I got to say, Mom. And she used to make sausage, and then the pig's head, you would be so shocked how much meat is in the pig's head. So she used to
There's
get
a lot of...
Yeah, and then she used to make sausage. So the liver, we like liver, but the other organs, the heart, the things like that, I didn't want it, but she never forced us to eat anything. But my brothers liked it. It's also how you prepare. The heart takes forever in a pressure cooker until be able to. If you don't cook properly, might as well be gum. You're gonna be chew that like a goat forever.
I've never been much into organ meats. I've always hated liver, and I don't think I've ever tried anything else. Scrapple, on the other hand, I have worked very hard to maintain a blissful ignorance about what exactly goes into scrapple, because having spent a considerable part of my childhood in the Middle Atlantic states, I learned an appreciation for scrapple because it is just delicious.
It's like hot dogs. If you don't know what is in it, you're gonna.
You never want to know what's in a hot dog or bologna, even.
That's what people say. That's bologna, right?
Yeah, but
yeah. I tried bologna, even the fried bologna sandwich. I cannot get to like bologna. I do not know what video, which movie, there was a Russian guy saying to an American saying if you want a bologna sandwich.
No,
I had regular bologna in my basket, and I got this big bologna, and I had to turn around. I heard Mom in my ear.
Oh.
And I had to turn around and get regular bologna.
Oh, of course you did.
Yeah.
So I also know that there's bologna.
No, it has to be.
Bologna.
But yeah.
Bologna is different from bologna, guys. But I never had bologna. Bologna is actually meat.
Bologna and bologna are the same thing with two different but similar sounding labels. And I like a fried bologna sandwich.
Mustard?
Yeah, mustard, and if possible cheese, and even a fried egg on top. But
you're American.
Yeah, exactly, I am. But raw bologna. I grew up on bologna and cheese sandwiches on white bread, Wonder Bread, what some might call a slimy white slice.
What they call what?
Slimy white slice. Your basic supermarket sliced white bread.
Gosh, I never heard that.
Yeah, well, stick with me. You'll learn a lot.
He teaches how to crochet. He sells patterns, and he's also culture.
But yeah, bologna sandwiches. I grew up with bologna and cheese sandwiches, and they were in my school lunches that my mother packed every day.
Imagine if kids nowadays had to eat bologna, they would die.
Kids nowadays could benefit from a little hardship, I think.
Well, wouldn't be. My husband said they do. I said no, it wouldn't be GMO. No, we don't have too much GMO. The bread has too much GMO. The meat has too much whatever. There's always some defect until people don't have anything to eat. And then they, like when the virus started and people had nothing to eat, I loved how they had to swallow their pride and go to a food bank, and what did they have to eat? Whatever was given to them. They never said, hey, this is not organic, this is not this is not that, you know. So sometimes people get a little picky, but when the hunger comes and hits you hard, you eat whatever.
This church that I was involved with when I was in Dallas, their outreach has grown like a gazillion fold since the pandemic, because their whole thing is about serving the community, feeding the hungry, helping people who need housing, you know, all of that stuff. And so,
I gotta tell you, they work very nicely here for when they help people. They are very kind. Once before I get my disability, I went to a food bank. All of a sudden, they had dog food for me, not for me, for my dog, because they call my service dog. And I said, oh no, take for another dog, because I had somebody who gave the dog food for my dog. But I thought it was, how kind is that?
So this was Cathedral of Hope in Dallas, if you know of it. Cathedral of Hope.
Okay, I don't.
They are.
So they are they don't care about anything, they just care about helping.
Their purpose is service and community and connection.
Good to know. Cathedral of Hope.
Cathedral of Hope. And they're online as well.
Good to know. If I ever know anybody that needs help. You know, because my church, we have our own, we have what we call the Bishop Warehouse. You know, we are known as Mormons. A lot of people, I don't usually say what I am because I don't like to involve religion. The Mormons have big warehouses of food, and then if we ever need, we get it there. And that's what my husband always say, why on those movies for zombie and apocalypse, nobody ever hit a Mormon warehouse? I would have food there for 10 years or more. But yeah, I like when a food bank or organization, they help people without how you say, they just help without, oh, let me see your income, because sometimes my income might be X, let's say above poverty level, but people don't know my medical bills. People don't know I got into hardship and I can't afford that. So they help. You know, I've been in this situation here in Dallas, and I needed something, and somebody said, well, your income is high. And then I said, I know, but I went through this, and this, and they even offered to pay my electric bill. And I said, no, I don't need my electric bill paid, you know. But I like when people don't see labels. They just help. And I think what Pope Francis is all about, if you're Catholic.
And that is my understanding of what the Cathedral of Hope is all about. If I were still in Dallas, I would try to be involved more. Right now, I can just participate online. And I can find ways locally to try to be involved. I haven't been terribly successful locally, and of that I am a little... I wish I had done better in terms of reaching out locally, but progress, not perfection.
I wanted to, but I don't you know, I wanted to be a volunteer. I said, well, once I get my disability, I'm going to go and volunteer at the dog shelters. It didn't work. What I thought would be, well, I'm going to just get my disability and rest and take care of myself, blah, 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 and then I can help the puppies. It didn't work that way because my health didn't. my delusional mind, I would be able to help a lot. But what I did, reality hit very hard because if I'm not able to work, I can't volunteer to a place that they expect you to go like Monday, Fridays, and Saturday, 8 to 5. I couldn't because if I could do that, I couldn't work. And they are not, and I think it's kind of sad that they won't work with you that is disabled. That maybe today I cannot work, but maybe tomorrow I can, and I can work for 2 hours. They wanted somebody, and they almost run the volunteers as employees. So if you guys out there see somebody as a volunteer, be kind to them because they're working like an employee and not getting anything. And sometimes people are very mean to volunteer. If you just check, go to a local place and try to volunteer for you to see how you have to be there from X time to whatever, for 5 hours. And it's like, it's not just, oh, I'm going to volunteer today for half an hour. No, it's not like that anymore. It's almost like employment.
Yeah. And yeah. I mean, and you can see it on both sides of the question because they need to plan around who's going to be available for whatever tasks every day. But at the same time, it is difficult. I started out volunteering with an organization nearby, but then the really hard depression hit, and I couldn't leave my house. So I'm going, okay, I'm no longer available, and now I'm embarrassed to even approach them again because I sort of did what I did. But it is what it is. Okay.
I'm leaving here. I don't have
oh my goodness
up anymore.
Mark, thank you so much for coming up with the URL for Cathedral of Hope. I hope that people will look at Cathedral of Hope because they do work that is amazing, both in Dallas and worldwide. Thank you so much, Mark. Anyway, it is time for me to head out.
Yeah.
I've had a really good time.
I'm leaning here because the back is screaming. So I better go and let you say goodbye to the folks. But thank you, Dave, for inviting me over.
Oh, well, thank you for coming up. It's been lovely. And I'm going to just click end now. It's been great fun. Thank you, everybody. Bye, everybody. Subscribe, comment, share, all the standard YouTube crap, and keep coming back.
Don't stay there like a clandestine, like illegally in the corner.
Yeah.
Just subscribe. Legalize your status here.
Yeah, exactly. Subscribe, comment, share, all of that stuff. Bye-bye now.
Bye.